to habitat. Habitat is more than location. Okay, it's not just location. All right. Sometimes people think habitat is just a place. No, habitat is more than location. Okay, it's functional. Like it's a functional environment. Okay, so when we talk of habitat, it's not just the location. No. Okay, it is the word. It is the so it is not just it's not just okay a location. All right, it's not just a location. Okay, but what? But but what? A functional. Okay, a functional environment. Okay, a functional environment. All right, a functional environment that supplies. Okay, the organism with organism with the necessary factors to survive. Right, good. So it is not just a location. Most of the times, anytime we are defining habitat, we always speak in terms of what? Just location. No, it's not just a location. It goes beyond that. Okay, so it goes beyond just the place. Okay, it's a functional environment. Okay, a functional environment. I'm talking about the food and everything. Okay, so I just made mention of supply. Okay, so let me duplicate this slide. Okay, good. All right. So now, if I've just talked about supply and stuff like that, then what are we supplying? The habitat. What are the things that organism needs in order to survive? Okay. So what are the things that organism seeks for in its habitat? Yes, if I may ask. Yes, my ladies, are you there? The Pamucho.
Hello,
Yes.
Doc.
Water.
Yes, please. What are the things that organisms actually need to survive?
Water.
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 Good. I will need water. That's excellent. What else again?
Then food. Food.
Food.
Good.
Yes, you need what we don't really compete for air that much. Or what do you think? Do we compete for it? It's like it's not we don't go and seek for it. After air, it's readily available. Okay, it's readily available. But after
But
water,
organism seek for a fresh air, not just
yeah,
any other.
but we don't look for it. Like for instance, like I wouldn't move from one place to another to go and look for air to breathe. You get it? It's already in the atmosphere. The atmosphere has abundance of air. You get what I mean? So like uh out of fresh air is only human beings that we say that to. Okay. So we don't look for like I wouldn't live where I am to go and look for air to breathe. You get it? But I will look for water. Organism will look for water. They will look for food. Okay.
Temperature. I look for temperature too.
Okay, we can talk of the those sort of microclimates, okay, like suitable space. But we want to talk about the obvious ones like food, water. Okay, yes. Before we come to
Partnership.
shelter, and then come again.
Search for mating.
Yeah, that's very. I would have said that one first anyway. Okay, mate. Yes, mate. Honestly, this I don't know. I don't know why people didn't say this one first. That's very, very important. Okay, great. But before you look for mate, you should get food and water first. Okay, as I said, you see, I opened this slide by saying that if you don't have what to eat and what to drink, you can't be looking for meat. Okay, that would be a disaster. Okay, so
even without water, we can't look for meat.
Yes, I mean you don't have water. You understand? But some people do that though. Okay, you don't have water. You don't have. I mean, you don't have what to eat and sleep, and then you are looking for what we sleep and eat. That's dangerous. Okay, that's very dangerous. All right.
Very dangerous.
Okay. You have to eat. You have to seek for what we eat to sleep before you look for what we sleep to eat. Okay, that is very, very important. Right, good. So we can talk of word shelter. Maybe shelter can put shelter stroke space. Okay, all right. And then sometimes we can also look for suitable climate. So that is where what our brother said, the temperature. Okay, so now we can look for suitable climate. Okay, okay, so climatic conditions. Okay, some organisms can survive in certain places. All right, some places it will be too much for organisms to survive there. All right, so we look for what? For suitable climate. Okay, very, very, very important. Okay, so climate. And what else again? There's one last thing that nobody has mentioned it. Yes, there's one last thing that nobody has mentioned it. Yes. Yes, there's one last thing. Everybody looks for it. Okay, everybody looks for it.
Mating.
Dr. Money.
Oh, no, mate, hey, mate is here. Hey, the man, after when you read the mate there, Men
Is
and
it
fireworks.
the
Fire
nature of the
service.
fire topography?
Doctor, egg,
Why? Come again.
oxygen.
Oxygen. No, I
No, no, security.
Like, yes. What else? Hey, our mother, so please mute your mic. Please, mothers, please mute your mic.
Security.
Security. Okay, that's for human beings. That's for human beings. Human being can use that word, but for animals, which word? Which word will you use? It's similar.
Space.
No, space is already here. Space and shelter.
Safe environment.
Safe environment. Okay, so I would say protection from what? From predators. You get it? All right. So protection from predators. Okay. Yeah. So these are some of the things that we require for our survival, and these things must be present in a habitat. Okay. So habitat is not just a location; it's a functional environment, and it supplies the organism with all the necessary factors to survive. Okay, or for survival. Okay, so we have the water, we have the food, we have the shelter and space, the mate, okay, which is very, very important because we need to perpetuate, okay, the mate, okay, all right, organisms need to get mating partners for fireworks to the glory of God to perpetuate, yes, their species, okay, very, very important. And then, please come again. Yes, please go ahead.
I have a question. Yes, please, does all these factors need to be available before the organism can suit the habitat, or any of them, 2 or 3 of these factors should be available?
They should all be available. If some of them are not there, it's not be suitable. So for instance, if I live in an environment, you can see that even in human inhabitation, you can see human inhabitation has been such a way that we are close to water. Where there is water, people are crowded at that place. So that is why in Ghana, you see a lot of people are in southern part of Ghana, where the sea is located, than in northern part of Ghana. And even in northern part of Ghana, you see where there is a river, okay, where there is a river and stuff like that, people tend to crowd around that place, okay, because water and food, because you need water to grow your crops, water and food are very essential. They are physiological needs, okay, and for that matter, that one, there's nothing you can do about it. You need to get food to survive. You understand that? So it's when you are done, you've eaten, you've drank water and everything, then you can go and chase girls and then and pin one down, okay. But here you are, you don't have what to eat. You can't think of a mate. You get it? So you first of all, you need to meet the physiological needs before you think about the proxy, the other needs. Okay, if you don't have what you eat, you can't look for what you sleep and eat, as I said earlier. Okay, good. So yeah, so all these things must be there, and if they are not there, organisms will move out to go and seek for them. Please, you understand what I'm saying there. So sometimes, even for water, organisms need to travel far place to go and look for them. Okay, don't only look at it only from human perspective, but look at it from a broader perspective. Okay, that if organisms something they don't need water, they don't have water, elephants they can travel long distance and then to in seek of water. Okay, please, are you clear with me? So if they are not getting it there, they will move a little bit away. So it means that their environment will not be suitable for their survival. Okay, I mean sometimes if you look at, we'll even talk about it. Some birds, we have something called migratory birds. Some of them can move all the way about 4,000 kilometers during the breeding season to come to Africa and come and lay their eggs, breed and fly back. So you can imagine, okay, which means that during their breeding season, the environment they are in is inhospitable. And so they have to move to a place where there is what? There is they will find water, they will find food, they will find shelter, sometimes even find meat. Okay. So yeah, so if any of them, any of these factors that we've enlisted here, if they are missing, it actually affects the survival of the organism. Please, are we clear with that? Please, any other question? Any other question? Any other question, please? Okay. All right. So for this is what you say. So here I've put a point here that so when we talk of the habitat of an organism, okay, of an organism, population, community, or ecosystem, okay. So is the environment, okay, of an organism. All right. So and then remember, if it's the environment of an organism or of a population or of a community or of an ecosystem. All right. And then we also talk about the word, the microhabitat. That's it. The microhabitat deals with a particular location, like particular, like that sort of that, even within that big space. It's not everything there. Okay. So like as our brother made mention of the temperature. So we can be here in the whole of Ghana. But some places are warmer than other places. Some organisms will be in the other place, they will not be in other places. Okay. Lion will not be in the forest. If lion stays in the forest, will go hungry. Okay, because lion need to chase and pursue their prey. But here we are in the forest, there are a lot of trees. You can't run that fast in the forest. Okay, so you see, based on your requirements, make certain habitats, certain places much more suitable for you than other places. Okay, good. All right. So then what is ecology then? Okay, so ecology actually deals with the word, deals with the relationship, okay, the study of the relationship of of living organisms with each other and their environment. So that's what ecology actually deals with. Okay, so this course is actually a blend. Okay, so that's a habitat ecology. We are going to study what happens in the habitat and then the interaction between the organisms and their environment. That is what this course is mainly about. Okay, great. Please, any question for me? Any question for me? Any question for me? Yes. Any question for me before we move on? Before we move on. All right. So so is it fair for me to say that? Is it fair for me to say that? Okay, so before then, what is habitat ecology? Okay, so somebody should help me now. Based on this, when we say habitat ecology, what is it? Now, if you say habitat ecology, what is it? Okay. Yes. Habitat ecology, what is it? I want to know. Now, based on what you've just said, if somebody say habitat ecology, what are we referring to? Yes. We've talked about the various components of it. Now, what is habitat ecology? Yes, what is it? Yes. My ladies, are you there, Mi Paucho? Yes. Please. When we say habitat ecology, what is it? What is it at all? Yes. So my people.
Doctor, I'm trying.
Yeah, please. I want to hear from you.
Okay, so it means it is a study of how organisms live in and then how they interact with their homes.
Okay, that's a very beautiful point. So it's the study It's the study, which means that it's more or less it's ecology, right? So it is the study of how the study of the environment, okay, of the organism, and how the organisms tend to do what? Interact, okay? So more or less, which means that it's a study that focuses, okay? So study that focuses, okay, on the environment, okay, environment in which where organisms live, okay, and the interaction, okay, the interaction and the interactions, okay, between the organisms, okay, all right, and their surroundings. Okay, great. Yeah, I think the definition our sister brought is very nice. Okay, so this one, so habitat ecology just focuses, okay, the environment in which organisms live, and the interaction between the organisms and their environment. So we studied just the environment of the organism, and then the interaction with the organisms and the environment. Okay, so here it actually cut across. Okay, so it's very important because it helps to understand the word. Okay, why do we study this at all? Okay, that's even the question. Okay, so based on this one, what we'll do is that we remember from what we just said, we are saying that organisms need to survive. Okay, so you need to survive, grow, and reproduce, basically. Okay, so every organism, you know that every organism, okay, want to do what? So organism need to, every organism needs to survive, okay, survive, grow, and what? And reproduce. Okay, basically that's what all organisms tend to do. All right, and so for us to do that, okay, we need habitat ecology actually provide that sort of word, that sort of understanding of how they are distributed. Okay, so like distribution, their abundance, their evolution, okay, of organisms, okay, to determine they are even like where they are existing. Like for instance, why are these organisms like this environment? What is necessitating that? What are their needs? Okay, all right. So which means that we understanding the environment, okay, is very, very important because we know why they are distributed, okay, how they are distributed, their abundance, their behavior, and even evolution of organisms. You understand that? Okay, all right. So here, which means that distribution, okay, how organisms are distributed. You understand that their abundance, so in terms of numbers, their abundance, in terms of their behavior, okay, the behavior, okay, their behavior, all right, good, all right, that their behavior, and then we can talk of what they are, what even evolution of organisms, okay, evolution, okay, evolution, all right, of what of organisms are determined by the word the nature, okay, of what of organisms, okay, organisms are what are determined are mainly, okay, or primarily, let me use primarily, okay, primarily determined, okay, determined by the what? By the nature, okay, of their habitat. Do you agree with me? By the nature, or let me say the characteristics, ethics of their habitat. Okay. All right, good. So your habitat will tell me, all right, so every organism needs to survive, grow, and reproduce. So if I'm going to survive, I'm going to grow, and I'm going to reproduce. Okay, you see, I am distributed, but my distribution is largely dependent on where my habitat exists. Please, do you get the point right? Where my habitat, the place that is suitable for me, will determine how I'm going to be distributed. Okay, so my distribution, my number, my behavior, my evolution, they are all more or less determined by the word, by the habitat. That's a word, the nature of the habitat that I dwell in. Please, is that clear? Is that clear? All right, good. So from here, which means that habitat ecology is so important that it actually integrates knowledge from zoology, from botany, soil science, climatology, even hydrology, geology, environment, like a whole lot of area, anything related to the environment. Okay, all right, good. So let's see something. So which means that habitat ecology that we are talking about here, the habitat ecology. Okay, so let me duplicate this one. Let me duplicate this my slide here. Okay. All right, let me duplicate this one. So this habitat ecology that we are talking about, okay, which means, okay, it's what? You can see that it's what? It's integrate. It's integrate. Integrate what? Fields like what? Fields like botany, the plant world, zoology, which one again? Which one again? We can talk of soil science, okay? Soil science. Which one again? Any more? Maybe hydrology, water, geology. Okay, we can talk of geology, geography. Let me think geography. That's okay. Which one again? Climatology, and maybe environmental science. Okay, and maybe environmental science. Okay, to explain. Okay, all right, to explain. So we need to explain how organisms organisms live and respond to environmental conditions. So it's actually integrate all these fields, okay, to explain how organisms, okay, respond, okay, or maybe live and respond to environmental conditions. Is that clear? Environmental conditions. So we require all these ones, okay? We require, all right, to respond to environmental conditions. All right, good. Okay, so why do we study habitat ecology at all? Why do we study habitat ecology, if I may ask? Why do we know what habitat ecology is? We know the fields that it tends to interconnect with. But why do we study it? Why? What is the point? What is the point? Do we study habitat ecology? Yeah, somebody should help me. Yes. Anyone to help me? Anyone to help me? Yes. Yes. Anybody? Why do we study habitat ecology in the first place? Yes. What does it do? Please come again. Please come again. Yes. Why habitat ecology? Yes.
Doctor.
Hello, sir.
Yes, please. I'm listening, please.
We study habitat ecology to be able to protect organisms.
Okay, to be able to do what? To protect what?
Organisms.
Okay, so protection of organisms, I will use conservation of organisms. Okay. All right, that's a good point. What else again? What else again? Why do we have to study it? What else again? Yes.
The study of habitat ecology unveils how organisms live and interact.
Yes, but why do we have to study that? Why? What's the point? That's what I want to know. Okay, what does it do? Why? Why do we have to study it?
So
We
to
want to
understand the
know how.
lifestyle of organisms.
To know the lifestyle of
So
organisms.
please, can we say that it can help us in field research?
Research of what?
On how to group organisms.
No, I wouldn't take that. The first point that was
No.
brought that is
To manage and restore ecosystems.
okay. That's excellent points there. That's excellent points there. So you see, habitat ecology provides. Okay, so let's see. That's a very nice point. Nice point. I guess your wife told you that one. That's a very nice point. Okay, so it provides what? It provides some sort of what? It provides the scientific basis, right? Scientific basis, okay, for conservation, all right, wildlife conservation, all right, wildlife conservation. So the protection that our brother said, I'll put it wildlife conservation, okay. What else again? What else again? Yes, what else? And restore. Yes, our brother also made mention of what? Ecosystem restoration. Ecosystem. You see, remember that right now our the mining issue that it has become this galamsey thing that has become topical issue every day. Okay, so I have friends who are actually working on some of these areas, all right, and then they want to restore degraded landscapes. Okay, so yeah, so based on our knowledge of what habitat ecology, apart from you conserving the animals there, all right, we can also restore those degraded ecosystems. Okay, restoration of degraded ecosystem. There's one thing I want to put here, maybe biodiversity management. Okay, we can manage biodiversity well, biodiversity management. Okay, we can manage it. For instance, in case the lions are under threat, we can do something about it. Okay, we can capture some of them, do captive breeding. Okay, and we can do the only when we have info about the habitat alteration and what is going on there. Okay, so it provides scientific basis for what? For conservation of what? Of biodiversity. Okay, it provides scientific basis for conservation of biodiversity and then restoration of ecosystem. What else again? What else again? Okay, yes. Anything more? Anything more from the audience? Anything more?
Hello, Doc.
Yes, please.
To understand how life works.
Can you throw more light on that?
Yes, sir. For instance, if the lion are there and then the predators are also there, so how will they be able to get their food in the absence of the other living organisms?
Okay.
Because if the lions are not, if the goats are getting finished in the environment there, and then the lions are there, so you will be able to realize that since now the goats are now finishing, so the lion cannot be able to survive. So therefore, lion were depending on the goat to survive. Okay,
but once that part be subset of this one, biodiversity management, because the analogy you gave is beautiful. What you said is very beautiful. So I think it will fall under biodiversity management. It's an excellent point you've raised there, but it comes under biodiversity management. So in case there is something, if I know that lion depends on the herbivore, but the herbivore population is going down, so we should do something about it. Okay, so that the lion doesn't perish. Okay, so that will fall under biodiversity management. Yes. What else again? Yes. Any other point? Any other point? Yes, please. Please
maintain ecological balance.
Okay, excellent. Maintain ecological balance. Okay, so what's the meaning of maintain ecological balance? What does it mean? What does it mean? Can you throw more light on it?
This is where you ensure that the ecosystem remain healthy and sustainable.
Okay, good. Now you've brought yourself. The word I'm looking for is what you brought. When you say sustainable, what does it mean? It's an excellent point. That's a point. It's in my head. That's excellent point that your wife has told you. Now defend it.
So longevity. We are looking at longevity of the organisms in the habitat.
Okay, no, but you brought the word sustainable. So the sustainableness is what I like, because that is what we've been preaching in modern era. We've been preaching that statement that you just brought. So I want to know, yes, why did you bring the word sustainable? I like the way you said longevity. That's good. Okay, but why did you bring the word sustainable? I want to know why. Why sustainable? There's some. Yes. Please come again. Come
Yeah.
again.
Sustainable in the sense that once the factors are available, these factors we mentioned earlier on, or the conditions we mentioned earlier on, can improve the lifespan of the organisms in their habitat.
Okay.
And that is why I use the word longevity. The favorable conditions available, these organisms will be able to live long and maintain the balance in the ecosystem.
Continuous existence.
Continuous existence. Okay.
Existence, yes.
Yes. If you see, you brought the word sustainable, but that word sustainable, when you bring it, it means that there's something we are doing. Okay. Why do you want? You see, do you know if human beings we are not dead, these organs they will live forever.
Okay.
So
okay.
It's excellent point too. But I want to know, when your wife told you whether you can defend it. Yes, defend it for her. Yes. Sustainable. You see, the word sustainable you brought is excellent. So it means that we are using it. Is that not it? You see, you brought longevity. So we should use it such a way that the future generation, you see, when you were explaining the sustainable, you use the word to ensure longevity. How do we ensure longevity? It means that there should be sustainable utilization. Do you understand what I'm saying here? Please, do you get
Yes,
the point
sir.
I'm coming from? Yes.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
no matter what, as we are having this lecture, everybody is wearing clothes. Everybody is living in a house. The house was built using trees, okay, wood and stuff like that. So no matter what, we are going to use the biodiversity. We are going to use the animals. We are going to use the trees. But we studying the habitat ecology will help us so that they will be they will be sustainable. That's a very beautiful point. Okay, sustainable, okay, natural use. All right, natural, okay, natural use of what? Natural resource what? Let's say natural resource utilization. Okay, all right. So that now we know what is happening in the environment. We know what's happening in their habitat. So when we are degrading the habitat, we know it. Okay, that when we make the habitat inhospitable to the environment, a time will come, we won't even get neem tree. Okay, we won't even get the achampon leaves. We even get the osmo, nunu, or something like that. So this is some of the things. All right. So studying ecology, habitat ecology provides some sort of scientific basis for wildlife conservation, so that when we are conserving the lions and all those things, so that we can manage them in case the herbivores and then are going down. We know what to do in case our habitat, this galamsey sites that have been destroyed, how we are going to restore them, and then the resources that we are going to use, we'll use it with a mindset that, do you know what? These things are not going to be there forever. So there should be emphasis on what? Sustainable utilization of natural resources. Please, do you understand that? So sustainability is very, 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 very important point. Okay, good. Now, from global perspective, you can see that there is impact of climate change, habitat destruction, pollution, species invasion. So now we need to understand so that we'll be able to conserve biodiversity and maintain essential ecosystem services. You understand that? So from what if I should take it from global perspective, so from global perspective. Global perspective. Global perspective. Okay, if we take it from global perspective, okay, perspective. Okay, okay, perspective, right? Okay, global. Okay, if we take it from global perspective, what it means here is that, okay, look at the way the alarming pace. Okay, do you understand that environment, our environment, okay, all right, the environment, okay, all right, is changing. Okay, okay, it's changing, all right, at alarming rate. Okay, at an alarming word, an alarming rate. Alarming rate. Okay, through climate change. All right, remember, all right, climate change is what? It's something we've been talking about. Climate change. What else again? Habitat destruction. Habitat destruction. Habitat destruction. Okay, pollution. Okay, pollution. Anything more? Anything more? Our world is changing through what? New species are going to different places. Species invasion.
The deforestation.
Good. Okay, so that will still fall under habitat destruction. Okay, invasive species. Now, because the habitat is changing, some species are moving from one place to another, and then we can talk of even urbanization. Okay, I'll put urbanization or under habitat destruction. Maybe maybe urbanization is a little bit special. Urbanization. All right, good. So all these things are happening. All right, good. So what is happening is that that's what habitat ecology. So what habitat ecology is doing is that we need all these are in from global perspective. Okay, these are what is happening on our planet now. Rapid pace of climate change, habitat destruction, pollution, invasive species moving from one place to another. You understand that organisms that they are supposed to be in just one place, now the climate is becoming warm. So now they are moving from one place to another. Okay, urbanization. So we need to have a firm.
Please, sun winning is even causing
exactly
habitat
destruction. Yeah, exactly. So all these things are happening. So what do we do? So the habitat ecology has come in so that we'll be able to conserve the organism, okay, the biodiversity. We'll be able to conserve biodiversity and maintain our ecosystem service. If not, Cape Coast like that, almost seasonally, we have issue with water. Okay, I mean, those of you who schooled in Central Region and Cape Coast, you know that almost every year from second cycle schools up to the university level, water is big issue. Okay, all right. So, and water is big issue because it's not raining. If it's not raining, that is what's going to happen. So this sort of the trees need to allow water to transfer, vapor to transfer, and so that rainwater is going to. And those things are essential ecosystem services. So there should be maintenance of pollination so that our plants and stuff like that are going to be pollinated for us to get food. The vulture need to come and pick the dead animals and then the plants and stuff like that. So all these are all essential ecosystem services. Okay, so which means that habitat ecology, okay, is important. Okay, so in this case, so from based on what you just said, so we can say that, okay, habitat ecology, comes in. So habitat ecology, okay, all right, ecology, okay, comes in to what? Comes in to help, okay, comes in to help to conserve, okay, to help to what? To conserve biodiversity, that's organisms, biodiversity, and also maintain what? maintain, oh my eyes, maintain, okay, that's essential, okay, essential, okay, essential, oh my, essential ecosystem services. Okay, so when you talk of ecosystem service, we are talking about what? We are talking about pollination, okay, pollination, watershed, pollination, watershed, decomposition, okay, decomposition, okay. So that those dead organisms must be recycled, okay. All right. So all these things, these are essential ecosystem services, and that if we don't study habitat ecology, so that we will see when the habitat is changing, what is really happening, okay, like that. If not, it will be very difficult for us to even know that changes are occurring in our habitat. Okay, so habitat ecology is very important. Why is it important? It provides the scientific basis for conservation of biodiversity, managing biodiversity, restoring ecosystem, those degraded landscapes, okay, and then ensure that when we are using it, there is a sustainable utilization of the natural resources. Okay, all right, good. And in global perspective, we are just saying that the rapid pace of climate change, habitat destruction, pollution, invasion, and even urbanization. So we need what? So the habitat work, the habitat ecology, okay, the habitat ecology, okay, comes into the picture to help to conserve biodiversity and maintain essential ecosystem services. So when you talk about essentially, we're talking about those sort of pollination, watershed, scavenging, decomposition. Okay, all these ones are essential ecosystem services just to maintain, just to make sure that life on Earth goes on. All right, good. Okay, any point so far? Any point so far? Any point? Okay, good. Please, do you understand? Any question? Any question? Any suggestion before we start moving? Any question so far? Any question? Any question? Any question? Yes. Any question before we start going into the world of the habitat, and then we'll talk about them. Yes. Any question there? Any question there? Any question? All right. Good. Okay. So now, based on what we've just said, we are going to talk about habitat. Okay. All right. So and then we'll talk about various habitats. But before we talk about various habitats, okay, we need to understand some key things, okay, before we go into the various habitat types. Okay, great. I know my notes here is a little bit different, but okay, great. So let's see. Now, before we go to the habitat types, if I ask you this question, what are the characteristics of habitat? When you say habitat, what are the characteristics that you'll be looking out for? Okay, let me ask that one before. So let us know the aesthetics, okay, of habitat, and then from there we'll talk about the various types of habitat. Okay, but I think we can give some examples of habitat before we can even go into the word. Can you give me some examples of habitat? Some examples of habitat. Let's see some examples before. Okay, let's see some examples. Yes, some examples of habitat. Okay, examples. Yeah, let's see examples of habitat first before
Terrestrial habitats.
Okay, I want very specific one.
Okay,
Grassland habitat.
Land habitat.
Okay,
Grassland
great. All right.
habitat.
Okay, all right. Okay, so I won't write them. I won't write. But I just want to know that we have some of them in mind. Okay. Yes. So yes.
Water.
Okay. Water.
Habitat.
Great.
Water habitat.
Okay. Good. Okay. What else again?
Arboreal habitat.
Forest habitat.
Okay. Beautiful. Okay, good. So you have idea of all these ones, okay, which we shall come to them. Okay, good. Now, before you mention something as a habitat, is there some characteristics that you see when I just asked of habitats right now, and some of you mentioned water. You've mentioned aquatic, okay, so which means that something like aquatic, like some aquatic habitats like that, like broad one, okay, and then some even mentioned the terrestrial, and I say too broad, terrestrial, okay, terrestrial habitat, like that. Now, this aquatic habitat, you can see we can get various types, okay, we can get so for aquatic habitat like that, you can get something like oceans, you can get like rivers, okay, we can even group, you can talk of fresh water. Let me, you can talk of even fresh water, okay, freshwater habitat. We can talk of brackish, okay, brackish is where we have the lagoon, okay, the lagoons, right? Lagoon delta, okay, and cool. And then we can even talk about the oceans, okay, the seas, okay, or the marine, okay, good, like that, okay. And then when you come to the land, you can talk of the word, we can talk of the terrestrial, we can talk of the forests, okay. You can talk of the forest, tropical forest, okay, forest. We can talk of the we can talk of the tundra. Tundra mean a lot of these different words for a lot of people, especially the men. All right, and if you know, you know what the Spirit of God is saying. Please, so the men, please, the tundra you've been mentioned, apart from the meaning for cars, please, tundra is one of the terrestrial habitats, okay? Please, okay, so we have even tiger, okay, we have tiger, we have even desert, okay, we have even desert, okay, we have savannah, okay, savannah, okay, all right. So all these ones, okay, these are all various forms of work, various forms of habitat, okay, like that we all talk about. But once it's a habitat, what makes it a habitat? Okay, that's the question I'm asking. So which means that there should be certain conditions. So we'll look out for characteristics of habitats. And once we meet those characteristics of habitat, then we'll go and talk about habitats one by one. Okay. All right, good. So let's see. So now we have fair idea of what the habitat is. So here, when we talk of fresh water, we can talk of what? We can talk of the river, streams, okay, streams and stuff like that. Okay, good. Right, good. So, and then we have the brackish water, we have the marine. Okay, so the marine, that's where we talk of the ocean, the seas. Okay, good. All right, good. And then the terrestrial. Okay, so now based on what we just talked about, let's see what are the aesthetics of a habitat. Okay, yeah, some people help me. Yeah, what are the aesthetics of habitat? When you talk of habitat, what is it?
Hello, Doc.
Yes, please. Okay.
Please, I think it should have a physical environment.
Yes, please. Yes. If you have a physical environment, all right. So I want to know what are they? You see, you can see that. For instance, when we were talking earlier, when I mentioned that sometimes when people are going to Kakum National Park to go and visit the place, you hear comments like, hey, when I go, will I see a lion? You see, the fact that these kids are talking about lions in Kakum National Park mean that they don't really understand the habitat of a lion. Have you seen? Because lion, they hardly climb trees. Do you understand that? And so, if the lion should stay in the forest, as I said, they'll go hungry. Okay, because they need to pursue their prey, they need to see their prey and chase them. Okay, good, and stuff like that. So, in that perspective, which means that habitats should meet certain requirements. There should be certain characteristics that habitats should meet. So we'll talk about those characteristics. Okay, that's what we want. So what are some of them? What are the characteristics of a habitat? What are the aesthetics of a habitat? Yes.
It should have biotic components.
Okay, you should have biotic component. Okay.
That is the living parts.
Okay, beautiful. Okay, all right, that's a very excellent point. Okay, that's a
Hello,
very, very beautiful point. Okay, good. What else again? What else again?
Resource availability.
Resource availability. Okay, nice. Okay, all right. What else again?
There should be enough space to accommodate.
Okay, okay. Okay. The points you are making are all correct. But okay, so let me ask this one. What makes every habitat unique? Okay. Do you get a question now? What makes the habitat unique? Do you know that every habitat, the uniqueness of the habitat, okay, determines its suitability for different organisms? You get it? Every habitat has unique features, and that unique features, okay, determine its suitability for different organisms. Do you understand what I'm saying? Okay, maybe let me put this point here. I'm saying that every habitat, okay, every habitat has what? Has unique features. Okay, unique features. All right. Okay, so every habitat has unique features. Okay, that's determine. Okay, that determine its what? That determine its suitability for what? For different what? Organisms, right? Different organisms. All right. Okay, good. So now the point I'm asking is this: what makes the habitat unique? What makes the habitat unique? What makes you unique? Yes. What makes you unique?
The climatic conditions.
Okay, the biotic conditions. That's true. The climate. Okay, good. So the climate. Okay, all right. And when you talk of climate, good. So that's one, climate. So the first point here, climate. One, climate. Excellent point there. So what about climate? Okay. What is climate? Yeah, what is climate? Yeah. Yes. So one of the unique features is the climate. What is it? What is climate? When you say climate, what is it? Yes.
No. Average weather condition of a place over a long period of time.
Long, good. So long what? So that deals with what? Long-term what? Long-term weather. Okay, weather conditions. Okay, all right. And then usually in this case, weather conditions such as what? Such as temperature. Okay, rainfall. Okay, rainfall. Okay, what else again? Okay, even wind.
Sunlight.
Okay. Wind.
Sunlight.
Good.
Humidity.
Sunlight. Sunlight, humidity, sunlight.
Air quality.
And then what? Humidity, right? Humidity.
Air quality.
Air quality, good. Okay, so humidity. All right, okay, all right. And then even seasonal changes, okay? Seasons, right? So seasonal changes, right? Changes. All right, good. And you see that you can see that the climate, that's a long-term weather conditions. Usually in our part of the world, in fact, rainfall and temperature, okay, sunlight, rainfall, temperature, and sunlight, they normally tend to define the climate of a place. And you bear with me, the climate determines vegetation and species distribution. Okay, all right. So climate, okay, climate primarily determines the vegetation. Obviously, the type of plant, vegetation, okay, patterns, okay, and the word and species distribution, even the word So species distribution in general, okay, distribution. All right. So climate is very, very important. And when we talk of climate, usually we dwell much on the word on sunlight, rainfall, and what and temperature. Okay. In fact, sunlight, rainfall, and temperature. These are key factors that tend to determine the climate of a place. Okay, sunlight, rainfall, and what and temperature. In fact, these factors they normally determine the climate of a place, and then the climate will actually tell us would define the type of vegetation available, and then the word and species distribution. All right, good. So the climate is very, 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 very important. The temperature, the rainfall, the wind, humidity, and then even seasons. Okay, all right, good. So these are some of the petty key things that we must we must know. Okay, so climate defines the word. It's one of the pivotal factors, okay, or characteristics of a word of habitat. Okay, so when we have the habitats, okay, the long-term weather conditions, okay, that's in terms of rainfall, in terms of temperature, and in terms of what seasonal changes, in terms of sunlight, okay, they will determine what type of plants that are going to be in a particular place. That are we going to have grassland? Are we going to have forest, okay, of trees, okay, all right? Are we going to have this thing, ice? And then what type of plants are going to dwell there? Are we going to have cactus? Okay, so the type of climate existing would define the plants that are going to be available. And once you define the plant that is going to be available, then it will also go on and define even the animals that are going to be present within those climatic condition. So climate is very, very, very important. Okay, excellent one. Which other factor can you also talk about? Which other factor? Yes, please.
Geographic location.
Okay, when you say geographic location, what does it mean?
So please, can we talk of resources?
Yeah, yes, but let's see what our brother brought, okay? And then you trouble. When you say geographic location, what exactly are you talking about?
So I think habitats differ based on where they are found.
Okay.
An example can be mountain, desert, and ocean.
All right. Okay. So that's a very beautiful point. So yes. So sometimes even if it is land, okay. But before that one, what about if I add, let's say something like because you brought ocean, what about if I say water availability? Water availability. Okay. You know, some organisms they live in where? So water availability, okay. Why am I talking about water availability? Now, water availability is very, very important, okay, in a sense that it influences the plant productivity. Okay, you remember that we need a word. You people have done plant physiology and plant anatomy, so you understand these things better, far better than I do. Okay, so plant productivity, all right, okay, is going to be influenced by water availability. And then if plant productivity, okay, and then if animal distribution, you can see, okay, all right. I will throw my light. Animal distribution. Okay, you can also even influence about even breeding success. Okay, all right, breeding success. All right, as well as what the general ecosystem function. Ecosystem function. Okay, like for instance, if I see general ecosystem function, you can see that even if there's pollination, sometimes water can be an agent of pollination. Water can be an agent of dispersal. Have you seen it? Water can be an agents of even nuptial flight. All right, in some termites, sometimes when it rains, they come out and come and meet. Okay, so water availability. Okay, I will try a little bit more light on this water availability. Okay, so if we can even classify organisms based on their water requirement. For instance, okay, let me bring this one here. Okay, so for instance, we have some plants which we call them hydrophytes. Hydrophytes. Okay, hydrophytes. Now, okay, so some plants. Okay, so plants like that. Okay, some plants. Okay, some plants like that, they are hydrophyte, which means that these plants, they live in place where there is what? Much water. Can you give me an example? Can you give me an example of hydrophyte? Can you give an example of hydrophyte, please? Hello? Hello, my people, are you there?
Yep.
Yes.
Water lily. Water lily.
Water lily, excellent.
Water lily.
Water
Please, can we talk about sugarcane?
Okay, yeah. Sugarcane also love water, even though okay, yeah, I think I will accept that. Sugarcane, okay, sugarcane, rice, good. Okay, all right. So these Elodia, good. Elodia, wow, that's good. Your wife told you, when your wife gives you an answer, please acknowledge it. Acknowledge it. Don't like that. And then you make it there as if it's coming from you, be some way, be. We don't like that. Please stop that. I mean, stop that. Okay, great. So that's excellent point. There. So you see, these plants. I mean, can you imagine somebody planting sugarcane? Sugarcane in I mean, like let's say sugarcane in a area that is dry, like desert. You won't find sugarcane in desert. If you find it, then it means it's close to some oasis, like some small stream maybe somewhere, and then the sugarcane will be there. Okay, so these organisms, okay, these plants, okay, so you can get some plants, they love what? They love water. They want to be in where, okay, so those ones are what? Those ones are hydrophytes. Okay, so these plants, they love water. They love to be in where there's much water. All right, an example is water lily and co. Okay, we can even get some plants, we call them xerophytes. Xerophytes. Okay, xerophytes. So the xerophyte, these ones, they don't love water. Okay, so they don't really like, so they thrive in what? Dry what? Dried environment. Okay, all right. Okay, and can you give me an example of that? Please, can you give me an example of that? Yes. Cactus. Excellent. Okay, so cactus. What else again?
Aloe vera.
Aloe, good. Well done. Aloe. Okay. Aloe vera. What else again?
Acacia.
Okay, acacia. Acacia. No, I won't write acacia now. Acacia could, but we don't really classify it as a xerophyte. Okay. What about pineapple? Can I write pineapple? Hello? Yes.
You can.
Okay. The farmers in our midst, okay. Pineapple. You can see the pineapple. Remember the camphor plant, eh? Hey, my people, plant physiology in action. All right. So you can see that some of these organisms, okay, based on their requirement, there are some places you won't see them. Okay, so climate, one, okay, water availability, okay, and so availability of water, okay, great. And even some plants, they can thrive very well where there's much water. Other plants too, they can't. Okay, all right, great. Yes, any other point, any other characteristic we can still talk about? Yes, any other characteristics you can talk about? Let me duplicate the slide. Yes. Any other characteristics you can talk about, please?
So can we talk about food availability?
Food availability is not a strong point because food availability will be determined by these things: the climate, the water. Okay, all right, all these things. Okay, yes. What's up? Yeah, yes, please. I'm listening.
What about
Yes, which one?
Hello,
What
Doc.
about, yes,
I think sustaining sustainable growth and
yeah, that's German, but we want something unique. What I'm asking is this: what
Hello,
is
sir.
unique
balance
in the
of growth and reproduction.
Hello, sir.
listen. Yeah, hello, I'm listening.
Suitable temperature.
Okay, suitable temperature. Okay, but won't suitable temperature be part of the climate?
Climate.
Okay, it's
Yes,
because
it will be
Yes,
an
temperature.
it's
In fact,
climate.
honestly, temperature and rainfall, they are the key. They are in fact they are key components of climate. Okay, rainfall, temperature, and sunlight. They actually, in fact, when anytime you are talking about climate, rainfall and temperature in particular, they define the climate of a particular place. Okay, very, very, very important.
Hello, Doc.
Very good. Yes, please. Okay.
Please, adaptations of organism.
Okay. I want those things that are not really so much of yes, it's a point, but I want something unique to the habitat. Something unique to the habitat. What you said is not wrong, but I want something unique to the habitat. Like when it comes, like the way we said climate. Okay, we said water availability. What about soil characteristics? Soil characteristics. What about that?
yes.
And do you agree with me that the characteristics
Yes,
of the
Doc.
soil should be unique? All right. Okay, so the soil
Yes.
characteristics, and because we've done soil science, look at what I'm going to write. So that one means that the soil texture, okay, right now you know what soil texture, soil pH, and the pH, my people,
So
okay, fertility,
and the
right?
structure.
Fertility, the
Structure.
fertility of the soil. Yes, structure. Oh, my people, kill me, my ladies.
Soil salinity.
My ladies are back. Oh my goodness. No, I want to close the class.
Soil
Let's close the class.
permeability.
Show them something. Oh, so, you see, something when the men are making noise, I
The
know my
porosity of the
ladies are
soil.
meditating. Oh my God. Ladies, please, the men they beg, they beg. They don't know what they are doing. Please forgive them, okay? Forgive them. They beg, they beg. Okay, please forgive them. Okay. Moisture. Okay. What else? Organic matter content. Permeability. Oh God. Plenty. All right. Organic matter content. Okay. Organic matter. Okay. Content. Okay, good. All right. Okay, so good. So in fact, if we have to say, we will say a lot of them. Okay, we don't have etc. All right. You see all these things. Okay, good. The mineral storage. Good. Okay, good. Well done. All right. So all these things they influence the organisms. Okay, the type of soil there will influence what okay. So this one, the soil type will influence the word influence, okay, the vegetation, okay, and obviously the vegetation there, and when they influence the vegetation, obviously, okay, if they influence vegetation, they will influence the what the and then the animals, okay, present, right? I think you bear with me, okay, that once you influence vegetation, but the vegetation will tell the type of vegetation present will tell me the animals that will come, okay, because there are some animals they won't come if we don't have certain type of vegetation, right? Good. Which other characteristics can you also mention? You can also
Topography of the land.
hello, please. Come again.
Topography of the land.
Exactly, topography. Okay, please. When your wife give you answer, please say topography. Excellent. I think one of our brother even made mention of that earlier part. Okay, so the topography. is also very important. So here, the topography. Remember whether it is mountain, okay, All right. So that's the slope. Okay. So here like that. So the topography, that one means that, okay, we are dealing with the mountain. Good. Mountains. Okay. Valley. What else again? Valleys, slopes,
Hills.
hills. Okay. The hills, the altitude.
Plateau.
Okay. Plateau. Good. Plateau. Okay. Uh, 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 okay. All right. Okay. Planes. We can talk of what? Altitude. Okay. Altitude. Okay. All right. Good. Okay. So you see all these ones. Now all these various topographies. Okay. What are they going to do? They are going to create variation. Okay. So these things what? They will invariably they create what? They create okay variation. They create variation in what? In temperature, okay, even moisture, all right, and even as well as what? Sunlight. All right. So these ones, so the land nature, the mountain, because if I take something like land, like the topography, let me duplicate the slide and show you something, tell you something. So for instance, okay, let me clear this one here. Okay, for instance, if you take mountain like this, let me draw here. Okay, let me draw. Okay, let's see. Now, if I take mountain like this, okay, let's say a mountain like this. All right, like that. You see, do you know that if I take mountain like this and the wind blows from here, okay, this one here, like that. Okay, if the wind, this is the direction of the wind. Okay, the organisms here, okay, the organisms here, okay, and the organisms here. Now look at what I'm doing. Okay, are you seeing the difference in what I've done here? Look at what I've done. Are you seeing that? Look at that. So here, this side of the mountain, we call this side windward. This is the windward part of the mountain. Windward. Ward. Okay, and here this side is what? Leeward. Leeward. So we have windward and what? And leeward part of the mountain. Okay, so now the organisms, you can see the organisms here. If you look at them, you can see the organisms here, they are shorter than the organisms here. Okay, so organisms that are facing the wind, here they are not tall. Okay, so organisms on this side, even on top of the mountain and on the opposite side, they are going to be different. So you see, this is just land topography, okay, defining the distribution of what? Of organisms in the habitat. Okay, all right, it defines the distribution of what? Organisms in the habitat. That you can see that those organisms facing the wind, they do what? They are usually shorter than those who are not facing the directly. Those that are not facing the mountain directly, like wind. Okay, like that. So those who are facing the windward part of the mountain, the organisms that they are shorter than the leeward part of the mountain, and even on top of the mountain as well. So this is just land. Yes, please.
Please, any reason for that?
I mean,
why the difference?
Okay, that's the question I'm coming to ask you. So what do you think is the difference? Look at it very well. The wind is blowing in this direction, so the organisms here, they are shorter than the organisms here. Why do you think it is so? Yes. What will be your tentative guess? What is the best guess you can give?
Yes. So can we say it's by natural selection, so that at least it will pave way for their others at the back to also have their share of the wind?
No. Now look at, we are standing very close to where the wind is. The wind blows on this direction all the time. Okay. If the trees here are very tall, what do you think will happen?
They can easily be broken down by the wind.
They can easily.
Then that's exactly what I said.
No, what you said.
I said by natural selection, so that those in front will pave way for the air to get to those at the back. Naturally.
Hey, those of you didn't go to church, so right now your evolution powers, they've all been activated. When I say you believe in evolution, you say, lie. You don't believe in evolution. Yeah. Today, see the application of evolution here. All right, good. Okay, so you can see. I mean, for a long period, you can say natural selection is working there. But you can see that if you are organisms, if they are tall, they can easily be easily be broken down by the action of the wind. Okay, so yeah, so you're right. So natural selection will make sure that short organisms will stay here, and then the tall organism will stay on this side. You're right. Yeah, that's good. Well done. Okay, nice. So we talk about the topography. Maybe the last one that I will add to the characteristic of the habitat is the word is maybe of a habitat is the word something we call biological communities. Okay, so the biological communities just talks about the abundance and diversity of plants. Once there's a habitat, okay, so that's the last thing that I'm going to add to it. So that is the last point that I'm going to make here. Okay, so the last point I'm going to make here is the word is the okay. That's a so the habitat is something we call the word. That's a biological communities. Okay, biological communities. Communities. All right, great. So for biological community, what are we talking about? We are talking about the word, the abundance. The abundance. Okay, the abundance. So you can see that certain organisms are more in certain habitat than others. The abundance and diversity. Diversity, okay, of what? Of plants, okay, of animals, okay, of fungi, okay, of what? Of microorganisms, okay. You see that in tropical world, okay, when you come to tropical world, the tropical rainforest, it has is the place with the highest biodiversity. Why? Because of the temperature. The climate is very good. Okay, the high rainfall, okay, the high rainfall and then the word and the high rainfall and then high temperature tend to increase biodiversity. So because of that, there are a lot of organisms in the tropical rainforest, okay, than all the other habitat types. Okay, so these organisms, okay, they determine the world. In fact, they are there, these organisms must be there. So the abundance, the diversity of plants, animal, fungi, and microorganisms even determine the world. They determine the complexity of the ecosystem. Okay, all right. So in the long run, they determine the world. They determine the ecosystem complexity. Complexity. Okay, complexity. Very good. All right, beautiful. So these are some of the unique things, okay, that we can talk about. So we talked about, so when it comes to what makes the habitat unique, what makes the habitat unique is what its climate is very unique. Its soil type, okay, its water availability, its topography, its biological communities. Okay, all right, great. So the next one we're going to talk about is that we are going to talk about the components of habitat. All right, we're going to talk about the components of habitat. Okay, we're going to talk about the components of habitat. Okay, great. So let's see. The next one is the component of habitat. And this component, I hope you know them already. What are the components of habitat? What are the components? Okay, so So the components of habitat can be grouped into two, right? Components of a habitat. What are they? We can talk of what? We can talk of the
The biotic
abiotic.
components in there.
Good, excellent. Abiotic. Okay, so abiotic. So let me start with abiotic. Abiotic, biotic, and biotic. Okay, component. Okay, good. So biotic component, right? These are the two main components. Now let's start with the abiotic. Abiotic component. Yes. All right, good. Abiotic component. Okay, good. This one, everybody will talk. This one, yeah. Everybody is going to talk. So I'm coming to OP. So we'll take them one by one. Okay. So, abiotic components. So when you mention it, you tell us the factors, how they affect organisms. Okay. All right. So let's see. So let's start. Let's start with one. Yes. Who is opening the floor for us? One. Okay. Yes. We are starting with one. Yes. Who is opening the floor for us? Yes. My ladies, are you there? The abiotic components. Yes. Let's start. Yes, please. Please, I can't hear you.
Sir.
Hello.
Sir.
I can't hear you.
She says,
Oh, good. Okay, good. Okay, so all right. So maybe I'll put into bracket oxygen, right? Maybe oxygen concentration.
Water.
Okay, so we want to see oxygen concentration. How does that affect us? How does that affect organism? Yes. How does that affect organism? How affect it?
Hello, Doc.
Hello, Doc. Yes, please.
So the concentration of oxygen enables the organisms to undergo respiration.
Okay, so which means that oxygen concentration can affect what? So we can talk about respiration. So when we mention, then you tell us what. So we can talk of it affect respiration of organisms, respiration, okay, of organisms. Okay, what else again? Yeah, what else again? What does it affect? Yes. Yep. Yes. Yes. Does it affect organisms on land that much? Hello? Does it affect organisms on land that much?
Yes, they all respire.
Yes. Okay, good. But can't you see it affects organisms in water more? Oh, what do you think? Okay, so we can point that. So here, respiration, germination. Okay, all right. And then, okay, here, respiration of organisms. Okay, so we can talk of, okay, well, this one should be another point. Okay. Then we can talk of what? Germination of seeds. All right. Germination of seeds. Okay, good. All right. But we can also say that it affects organisms more in water. The organisms in oxygen concentration affect the organisms, in water much more than those on land. Okay. All right, great. So sometimes we have to even calculate the word. So for instance, we go to a even calculate amounts of word, amount of dissolve word, amount of dissolve oxygen. Okay, using an instrument we call oxygen meter. Oxygen meter. Okay, all right, great. Okay, that's 1 point. Okay, good. Now let's take another point. Let me duplicate this one, and then we'll take another point. Yes.
Hello,
Okay.
Doc.
What about temperature?
Hello, Doc.
Okay. Yes, please.
Please, it's past 1 hour 30 minutes.
Okay, so yeah, so we can I think we need to give ourselves a break. Okay, so let's give ourselves, please, how many minutes break do you want, so that how many break, let's decide it, so that time
30.
30.
30.
30, that's a lot. Okay, all right, that's fine.
Let's make it 20.
Okay,
30, but I suggest we finish with the components of the habitat.
we finish with
Honestly,
this. Okay, so okay, well, okay,
Let's finish with the component. There we go.
Okay, then we'll go on.
Yes,
Okay,
so
good.
30 is okay.
Yeah. Okay, all right. Okay, so let's finish and then we'll go for the break. That's good. That's good. Okay, so let's see then the second one. Let's take temperature. Let's see temperature. Okay, let's say 2 temperature. Okay, all right. Let's see temperature. All right. Okay, so how does temperature affect organisms? Yes. Temperature. Yes. Okay, good. Temperature. What are the things that temperature affect? We know that temperature can affect the climate. Okay, climate of a place. Okay, and determine the word. In fact, it can determine the climate of a place. All right, good. And temperature is measured using what? Thermometer. Okay. All right, good. Unit is in degrees Celsius. You know that. Okay, but what are the effects of temperature? How temperature? Yes, effects of temperature. Yes. What are some of the?
They affect seed germination as well.
Okay, so seed germination. What else again?
And reproduction in animals.
Okay, good. When the weather is cold, okay. I think people can relate. This cold weather. Reproduction in animals. For this one, they see the way the men are in haste to say it. Production in animals. I know. Yes. I'm sure when he's giving this answer, the wife was close by you. We won't say anything, no. You subtle communication through our class. We know it. We know. All right, what else again?
High temperature cause plants to wither.
It promotes and decrease natural titration.
Natural.
It promotes or decrease natural titration.
What does it mean?
Oh.
The chemistry people are now lashing us with their chemistry terms. So what does it mean by natural titration? This is my first time hearing that. What is natural titration? Yes. What is it? Please, we don't know. If your wife told you, go and ask him for the explanation, or will they beg?
Explanation I come.
We are waiting.
Photosynthesis. What about photosynthesis?
Metabolism.
Oh, excellent. Metabolism. Good. Metabolism. Okay, metabolism. You see, remember the enzymes in our body. Okay, so metabolic processes. Okay, metabolic processes. Excellent point. Okay, good. Okay, the enzymes. Yes, please.
Distribution of organisms.
Distribution of organisms. Okay, can you throw more light on it? Distribution of organisms. Can you throw more light on it?
Okay, so with this point, we can say that when some of the organisms are in a climate where the temperature is very high, they actually prefer to go to where the temperature is lower.
Okay.
Rather than where the temperature is very high. So you will see them being scattered in the habitat or in the environment.
Okay. At last, if you could remember, even when we did the plant physiology, you see the C3 plant, the C4 plant, and the CAM plant. You see that they all love different places. Have you seen it? Yes. So that's a very nice point. Yes. What else again? What is temperature doing? I mean, but for me, the best point here is the reproduction in animals. That's the one I could remember fast, actually. And then people use it to communicate low key to their wives. But yeah, we know. What else again? What else again? Yes, the men. Apart from reproduction, what else again, please?
Sir, sir, can I say high temperatures can also cause plants to wither?
Yes, desiccation. So can affect transpiration. Okay, transpiration stroke what? Dehydration or desiccation. All right, desiccation, right? Okay, good. That's excellent point. Okay, so drying, desiccation. Sometimes when the temperature is high, we dry out. Okay, transpiration in plants. Okay, animals also lose water, desiccation. Okay, what else again? That's a good point. What else again? Yes. Yes, temperature. Can temperature affect even water levels? You know, sometimes dry season, our water
through evaporation.
coast. Sometimes dry season, you will see that all the water there will dry out. All the water, everything it dries out. When I was a kid, we used to inter-school sports at maybe St. Augustine's Park. The water there will dry out, and we used to walk through the dry lagoon and to St. Augustine's. Okay, so we have what? We have the transpiration. Sometimes they can even affect what? They can affect what? Water levels. Okay, water. Aquatic habitat. Okay, so affect water levels in what? Water levels in aquatic habitat. Okay, all right, good. Okay, I think we can go on and on, but we don't have so much time, so maybe we can. The temperature at this point is not all that bad. Okay, and then what's the next one? Quickly, so that we can go on break. Okay, what's the next one? Which other factor? Let me mention it.
Edaphic factor.
Okay. Which one? Which factor?
Edaphic factor. Soil factor.
Soil factors. Okay, good. Okay, let's take this one. Let's take rainfall. Okay, rainfall. Okay, see. Okay, so rainfall. Okay, all right, rainfall. Okay, great. All right, what's the instrument for measuring rainfall?
Rain gauge.
Rain gauge. Okay. Rain gauge. Okay, and then okay, good. And then what are the effects of rainfall?
High rainfall cause flood, as what happened recently at Accra.
Okay, great. Okay, so what about I mean, before we come to flood, I will write that one, but before that I want those ecological the ecosystem services like that. What about photosynthesis? Okay, rainfall can affect water availability for photosynthesis, right? Okay, water availability for what? Availability for photosynthesis.
Hello, sir.
Yes, please.
What about respiration?
Yeah, respiration is not direct too. It's not direct. Photosynthesis, germination, seed and fruits, disperser, pollination. Okay, what else again? Also, they determine the climate. Okay, so they can also determine the what? Determine the climate of the place. Which one again? What about reproduction? Hey, reproduction sometimes. What do you think? Yeah. Okay, sometimes the rainwater should come so that frog and co. Okay, reproduction in some animals. Okay, All right. And what else again? Yes. What else again? Can we think of? Water availability for photosynthesis, germination, seed dispersal, pollination.
Hello there.
Yes, please. I'm listening.
Influences soil nutrients.
This nutrient recycle.
Nutrient what?
Recycle.
Nutrient recycle. Can you throw more light on that? Can you throw more light on that?
Okay, so with the nutrient recycle, for instance, when plants absorb water, it helps to transport nutrients to all parts of
Okay. That is not
plant.
bad at all. Okay, that is not bad at all. Okay. So that is not bad at all, but it's not direct. I mean, once they absorb the water, once the plant absorbs water, I mean, all these ones are automatic. Okay, all these ones here. Okay, all right. We've even forgotten transpiration. We can influence transpiration. Okay, okay. And if okay, well, I will. Okay, so we can recycle. Recycle. I'm thinking they can influence the decomposition rate. What do you think? Oh, is that not it?
Yes. It can also influence decomposition.
Yeah, decomposition rate. So that's nice point. It's true. So maybe yes, influence decomposition rate, right? Decomposition, because you can see that in tropical rainforest. Okay, in tropical rainforest. So let me put it on it. So in tropical rainforest, okay, the soil is poor in nutrients. Okay, nutrients, because the rate, one of them is that the rate of what? The rate of decomposition is very high. So the nutrient doesn't stay. So decomposition is very high. Okay, high rate of decomposition. Okay, because of the high temperature in rainfall. Like even under temperature to the rate of decomposition can be there. So it rains a lot, and then so it's the nutrients. It's what it decomposes faster, quick. Then it decomposes. You get it? So yeah. So poor in nutrient because the rate of decomposition is what the rate of decomposition is what is very very high. Like quickly. Okay, and temperature too is the same thing. So good. That's a very nice point there. Okay, can not affect even desiccation. It can affect desiccation. All right. Okay, it can affect desiccation. If I have enough water, I mean, I won't lose a lot. It can affect the rate at which organisms lose water. It can even affect absorption, water absorption. Okay, absorption by plants. Okay, all right, great. Okay, nice one. Nice.
Hello there.
Yes, please.
Can you also say soil erosion?
Yes. Excellent. Good. Okay, so soil erosion, soil erosion, very nice point. Erosion, and what even nutrient leaching. All right, sometimes when it rains, the nutrients on the surface will also leach down. So nutrient leaching, right? Leaching, right? Yes. Okay, deep down into the soil. Nutrient leaching. Okay. All right.
Sir.
Yes, please.
Water pollution as well.
Water pollution. Can you throw more light on that?
Okay, so when farmers apply fertilizer to their soil and it rains, it washes the fertilizer into our main rivers and streams, whereby it pollutes the water.
Okay, all right.
Release algal bloom.
Okay, all right, good. Okay, so sometimes can influence what? Okay, that's a very nice point that you've raised there. Okay, so what about we talking about? I mean, rainfall itself, we wouldn't say that it pollutes water. Okay, I wouldn't say it pollutes water. But what can affect is that. Okay, but what about plant growth? We've not talked about that one. Plant growth. Remember, plant growth. Okay, plant growth. All right. And then what I would say that, you see, there's something in water. Remember that when it rains, sometimes the debris. So there's something we call turbidity. If you can remember turbidity, okay, turbidity. If you could remember, okay, so turbidity, right? So turbidity. Okay, so that's a turbidity. Turbidity, okay. Turbidity deals with the amount of suspended. So turbidity stroke transparency of water. Okay, the amount of suspended debris. Okay, when we talk of turbidity deals with the amount of suspended debris in the water. Okay, let me increase this one. Okay, so when we talk of the turbidity, we are dealing with what? The amount of what? Amount of suspended debris. Okay, debris. All right, in the water. All right, good. Okay, great. All right. Okay, so that's the amount of suspended debris in the water. Okay, that is fine. That's turbidity. So turbidity and opposite of turbidity is transparency. We will talk about it pretty soon. Okay, great. All right. Maybe let's break at 9:30 so that we'll come back at 10 o'clock exactly, and then we'll kill 1 hour. Then we are done. Okay. All right, great. Okay. So which other factor again? We'll talk about rainfall. Okay, we'll talk about what? We'll talk about wind. Okay, temperature, rainfall. Yes, please. Which one again?
The sunlight.
Oh, good, excellent. We're going to talk about sunlight. Wow, that's excellent point. Okay, so let's see. Let me duplicate this one here and fix sunlight here. Okay, so sunlight. Okay, sunlight. All right, good. So yeah, what are the factors? Okay, now what do we use to measure sunlight? Sunlight intensity. What do we use to measure sunlight intensity? So sunlight. Okay, so light.
Photometer or photometer.
It's what? Photometer. Photometer or what? Or sunshine recorder. Sunshine recorder. Good. Okay. All right, good. And let's see the factors that are affected. Yeah, what are some of the factors? Yes, factors. Yes, factors that how does that affect? It affects what? How the effects of sunlight. Okay, for photosynthesis, right? Photosynthesis. What else again? Transpiration. Good. Transpiration. What else again? It can even also affect distribution of what? Distribution of plants and of organisms. What else again? The what?
Sir, please, regulation of temperature.
Okay, we have temperature regulation. Okay, all right. Okay, maybe is it really a strong point? Is it direct point? Okay, so when the sun intensity is very high, okay, so affects temperature. Okay, let me put it this way, affect temperature. Okay. All right, what else again?
Germination.
Come again. The word. Desiccation. Good. The word.
He said germination.
Germination. Yeah. Good. Germination of some plant seeds. Okay. Germination of some plant seeds. Okay. Not all plants.
What of seed disperser?
Sunlight intensity in seed disperser is not really direct. I know sometimes you say that the fruit will dry out quicker, but it's not really a strong point. Okay, it's not direct. Yes, any more point. Can I affect desiccation? Desiccation. Okay, that's dryness. Okay. Yep. Can I affect desiccation? Yes. Come again. Yes. Any point? Hello. Are you there? Any point sunlight will affect it? Okay.
Activities of enzymes.
Okay. Will it be strong? Will it be
Activities of
direct
enzymes.
sunlight? Will it be direct like that? Will it be direct?
Humidity.
Would it be direct? I'm thinking that rainfall affects humidity more than sunlight. Sunlight. Because of photosynthesis. What about weathering of rocks? Weathering of rocks. Okay.
Yeah.
The temperature, we should even add it there. Temperature, we should add it to the weathering of rocks, okay? Weathering of rocks and soil formation. Soil formation. Okay. All right. So this one, weathering of. Okay. All right. Good. All right. Okay. Good. Okay. So okay. Next one. Any more? Please. Any more points? Fast. Any more factors? Abiotic factors. Any more abiotic factors? Yes, please. Minerals. Okay. It's not a bad point. It's not a bad point, but let's take easy ones that we could. Let's say like pH. Okay. Let's say pH. All right. Easy ones we can write more about. Okay. It's nice point, but let's see pH. Okay, please mute your mic. Mute your mic, please. Okay, pH, yes, pH, So pH deals with what? The acidity, or what? Alkalinity.
The alkalinity.
Alkalinity of the habitat. Okay. All right, good. All right, so remember pH of what? pH less than 7. It's what? Acidic, and then greater than pH equal to 7 is what? Salty, and then pH greater than 7 is what? It's alkaline. Okay, and how does that affect? This one we can talk of what? Distribution of what? Distribution of animals. Okay, what else again? What else can we mention again? Yes, fast. Our time is almost up for the break, please. Distribution of animal. What else again? Yes, distribution of animals. What else again?
Fertility of the soil.
The what?
Fertility of the soil.
Excellent. Fertility
of the soil.
Of the soil. That's excellent point. Good. What else? Yes. Yes. Any more point?
Hello there.
Can we talk of seed germination?
Oh, I think so. It's a nice point. Seed germination will be there. Germination. Okay. What else again? I think this one we can add more points. Okay.
Can we also say the development of plants?
Okay. Can you throw more light on that?
Okay, so with the plants that probably germinated where the soil contains more acid, sometimes the plants will die. Some of them will not survive as well.
Okay, so then I'll make it here. Honestly, here I should have written distribution of organisms so that to take off your point. You get it? All right. Good. I will add distribution of organisms there so that to take care of the point of okay. All right. Okay. And then let's see other factors like let's say other factors like pressure. Okay, pressure could also be other factors. Okay, pressure. You know that for pressure, the higher you go, okay, for mountains, the higher you go, the lower the word. So for the higher you go, so for pressure, the higher. Okay, but pressure, what instrument are you going to measure pressure?
Barometer.
Wait, barometer, atmospheric pressure, going to use barometer. And then here, the higher you go, okay, the lower the atmospheric word, atmospheric pressure. Okay, all right. And then, but when you come to water, for water, that's on land. For this is for land. Okay, so the higher up. Okay, up. Okay, good. And then, but for water, the deeper you go, the deeper you go, the higher the pressure. Okay, so this pressure they influence the pressure affects the distribution of organisms. Okay, organisms. All right, good. All right, distribution of organisms. All right, good. Maybe I'll add wind, and then that will be okay. Good. Please, our time. Let's give ourselves 30 minutes break. So we are coming exactly 10 o'clock. Please, I'm begging you. Try get some tea, and then exactly 10 o'clock. Please, we are coming. We need to finish our class today. I'm begging you, please. Okay. All right. So, folks, exactly 10 o'clock, we are coming. Okay, please, I'm begging you so that we'll be able to finish. Okay. I know my people, and then okay, I know them by their names. If we are, please don't spend more time. Exactly 10 o'clock, please report in class. All right. Thank you. And then yeah. Okay. Hello, my people. We're going to start.
All right, dog.
Okay. So we've done with what? pH. We're done with pH. I'm even still sipping my tea. Great. So we have the pH here. We finish with the pH, okay. All right, so which one again? So let's take we'll talk about dissolved oxygen. Okay, let's see humidity. Let's take humidity. Let me okay. Okay, humidity. Yes. What is humidity, please? Yes, what is humidity?
The amount of water vapor in the atmosphere. So,
yes.
the amount of water vapor in the atmosphere.
All right. Okay. Does that affect organisms in water? Yes. Does that affect organisms in water? Hello. Does that affect organisms in water? Hello.
Yes, of course.
How?
Yes, does it affect them?
How?
When there's moisture content in the air, it favors the organism, because when the air becomes dry, the organism will suffer in a sequence.
Oh, you are in the water. They say the amount of vapor in the atmosphere, water vapor in the atmosphere, does it really affect organisms in water?
Yes, it does. In the
How?
sense, that when there's a lot of moisture in the atmosphere, evaporation reduces.
Okay. All right. Evaporation reduces. Okay. Good point. But it actually affects organisms on land far more than those in water. You get it? Directly. So it's what? So it's directly, it affects the organisms on land a far more, okay, or much more. All right, good. Okay. How do we measure it? How do we measure it?
We measure it using a hygrometer.
Okay, excellent. And what's the unit? What's the unit? What's the unit? Yeah, what's the unit? Okay, so we measure it in percentage. All right. Okay. So let's see how it affects how humidity okay. Yeah. Yes. Give me points. Yes,
The higher the humidity, the lower the transpiration.
okay, so it affects transpiration. Transpiration is affected. What else again? Yep. What else again? Yep. Oh, desiccation.
Though, can it affect the growth of plants?
Not directly. Not direct. One direct one. So desiccation is there. What else again? Yes.
Can we also say germination of seed?
Humidity.
Seed
Amount
germination.
of moisture. Okay. I think, yeah, that's amount of water moisture in the not strong point, not direct. Yes. Oh, my people, are you not there? Yes. The men, right?
High humidity reduces evaporation.
Okay, that's those evaporation and stuff like that. So I've put all of them here under desiccation. Okay. Okay, I can say that evaporation of water bodies. Okay, anything more? Yes, anything more? Effect of humidity. Okay. Yes.
Sir, can I say
Yes,
it
please.
causes respiratory irritations in humans?
It causes what?
Respiratory irritation.
It causes respiratory
irritations.
Oh, rather respiratory irritations. That's not really strong point. Okay.
Doc.
Yes, please.
What of animals that absorb oxygen direct from their moist skin, like the amphibians and invertebrates?
Whether it affects them?
Yes, please.
Not really direct.
Okay.
Okay. Well,
Hello, sir.
Yes, please.
What about metabolism?
Can you throw more light on it?
High humidity reduces metabolism. Example, sweating in, let's say, animals or humans.
Okay, I will accept that. So metabolic rate. I will accept that. That's a good point.
Is it not rather excretion?
So what the point is making here is that, for instance, if there is much humidity in the if the humidity is high, if the moisture in the atmosphere is very high. You don't even sweat. Have you seen it? The rate at which you sweat comes down. You don't even sweat. Okay,
All
so
right.
yeah, so that's the point here.
What about excretion? Does it have a relation to that?
Yes. I mean, we've talked about metabolic rate, so that will take care of excretion as well. We've talked about metabolism.
The what of reproduction?
Humidity and reproduction is not really direct. Not direct that much. It's not like temperature, like, you know, humidity is just very transient. Okay, good. All right, so let's go to
Yeah,
wind.
what about low humidity? Low
Yeah,
humidity causing bushfires and stuff.
low humidity causes what?
Bushfires.
So I can talk of thermoregulation.
Thermoregulation, I will accept that. I will accept thermoregulation.
Sir, can we also talk of diseases and decomposition?
Yeah, the composition rate, I will accept it. I will accept the composition rate. So the composition rate, I'm gonna accept that.
The field of migration and habitat selection by animals.
Okay, yes, habitat selection by animals can, yes. So the composition rate accepted. Habitat selection, I accept that. Yep. Okay, I think you've done well. Now let's go to wind. Wind, yes. Instrument for measuring wind is what? Wind speed is what? So wind speed. Wind speed.
Anemometer.
Okay, so that's what? Anemometer. And then direction.
Wind vane.
Okay. All right. So what are effects of wind? Yes. What are the effects?
Transpiration.
Okay,
Hello,
good.
doctor.
Transpiration.
Hello.
Uh-huh.
Please, I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead.
In a situation where a question is asked to state the instrument used to measure wind, no specification, no speed, no direction. Which way
no,
do
we
you?
have to specify. You have to specify.
I saw a question that did not specify.
Oh, then that's not correct question. You have to specify. Because wind direction and wind speed, they are different instruments altogether. Okay, that's not a good question. Okay, that's quite ambiguous. Okay, it should be okay. All right. Nimatu, don't worry. You know, Kwame, I don't ask ambiguous questions. Okay. Okay, so you'll be fine.
That's Madam Nasho. That's Madam Nafisa, not Nima.
Oh,
Nafisa.
Oh, sorry. Okay, Nafisa, you know, I will. In fact, don't worry. Okay, the questions will not be ambiguous. Okay, it will be simple, nice ones. You will love it. Don't worry. All right. Transpiration. What else again? Yes, wind. What about this dispersal? Okay, pollination. Pollination agent.
Strong wind causes dispersal of fruit and seed.
Okay, agent. Okay, dispersal of what? Fruit and seed.
Wind erosion.
Okay, good erosion.
Life. Animal life.
Animal
life.
Can you throw more light on that?
Yes, Doc. The wind enables some of the animals to fly. For instance, mosquito. When the wind is blowing, it will just lie down and it will take away. Then some birds too. Where the direction of the wind is going, you see them fly towards that direction.
Okay, so animal what? Animal flight. Okay, so
life. L-I-F.
Yes, but let's make it flight. Let it be very specific. Animal life is simple.
Okay.
So you can make it the example you gave. I think the example you gave is excellent. So I'll put insect.
Animal locomotion.
Birds. Okay, birds. Okay, birds. Locomotion. Okay, that's very good point. Well done. Yeah, what else again?
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Cooling.
Okay, good, good. Cooling effect. Cooling effect. Effect.
So migration patterns.
Okay. All right. Well, the migratory pattern wouldn't it be part of the locomotion? I think I'll make a stroke. Honestly, I wanted to write migration. Yeah. All right. So okay, insects and birds. Okay, birds, locomotion and what? Migration. Okay. All right, good. What else again? Sometimes distribution of what? Remember distribution, when can influence distribution of organisms in the windward and leeward parts of mountains. Okay, what else again?
Hello, sir.
Yes, please.
Can we say it influence ocean current?
Of course. Okay, water current. Good point. Well done. Okay, what about dry desiccation? Dryness. What else again? Yes. Refracting transpiration. Okay, I think that's not bad. Okay, so let's take some two in water and yep.
Hello,
Does
sir.
wind
Sir,
affect like
please, can
sound?
I say that it can
If
cause
there's strong wind,
mechanical damage?
animals will not be able to.
Mechanical damage to come again. Hello, come again.
I was saying mechanical damage to plants.
Specifically?
I said severe wind can cause mechanical damage to plants.
Of course. That's excellent point. That's good point. Okay, that's good point. Okay, so it can cause mechanical damage. Okay, yeah, that's true. I mean, what about weathering of rocks? Weathering of rocks. Okay, weathering of rocks. Form shell. Okay, all right. Now let's take some few ones in water. That's the turbidity, and then okay, all right. So let's take turbidity. Okay, turbidity. I said it earlier on. The amount of what? The amount of suspended debris. Debris in water. All right. And this one, you can see that doesn't affect organisms on land directly. So it affects organisms in water. And then what else can we talk about again? What's the instrument for measuring it? Let me get you situate this. Okay. Okay. Let's situate this. Let me get a disc for you. Let me get a disc for you. Okay.
Sir.
Yes, please.
Doc, way back in the SHS, I remember the definition for turbidity. Where we were told turbidity. Where we were told that it refers to the clearness of the water.
Clearness of the water is transparency.
So
murkiness or cloudiness of the water. That was how it was defined.
Okay.
It measures the same thing. The opposite of turbidity is transparency. Have you seen it? The opposite of the cloudiness is a transparency. So some people use it interchangeably. But anytime you talk of turbidity, we're talking about the amount of suspended debris in the water. Okay. Yeah. So this is one here. This one. Okay, that's the stitchy disc, right? So this is the disc for. Have you seen the way it says this black and white disc? So this is what we use to measure well. So stitchy disc. Okay, so it's measured using stitchy disc. All right. Okay, so and what does it do? What are the effects? Yes.
Sir, sir.
Please. Yes, please.
Where can we see the session this? Where can we see it?
Oh, you can't see on my screen?
No, physically. I mean physically.
Oh, they sell it too. It's expensive. Not really expensive, but they sell it. Just that we hardly, if you want to get one. You want to buy one?
Yes, doc.
Oh, okay. It's not that expensive. I think some $50. You'll be fine.
Okay.
All right. A teacher will use his $50 to get and buy something. This one there.
Thank you, doc.
I won't say anything again. All right. What are the effects, please? Effect.
Hello, sir.
Oxygen content.
It reduces light penetration.
Okay. So light penetration. And if light penetration is hampered, which is can affect where? It can affect photosynthesis in where? So that photosynthesis in water. Okay, good. And what else again? If you said something, yes, can you repeat that?
I said oxygen content.
Good, oxygen content. Well done. Oxygen content. If you said today you are on fire, what is the secret? Tell me.
Doctor.
So that we learn from you.
No, I alternate my devices. One I'm using Nash, Baba. This one is I'm the same.
She did fireworks today. She did fireworks.
Yeah, fireworks of yesterday. Oh, okay. I'm happy for you. Proud of you. Yeah, go for it. Yeah, proud of you. This is what makes the class lovely. Oh God, yay. My Miller production. You got the guy wrong. Yeah, Jesus. Oh, let's move on. Okay. All right. Go ahead. Yes. Any more points? Any more oxygen content? What else again? Oxygen content. What else again? Yes. What else again?
Sir, please, can I talk about blocking or the blocking or clogging of fish gills? Blocking or the clogging of fish gills, like some of the debris.
Okay, so here I think you can say the respiration and oxygen content. You see, you're talking about oxygen content here, which indirectly for our art continue forward for respiration in water. Okay, in water. I think I'll accept that. This is very more specific. Okay, all right. What else again? What else again? Any more? I think we've done enough of the abiotic factors. Now let's go to biotic factors. Let's go to biotic factors. Okay, let's start with biotic factors. All right, good. Okay, so what are some of the biotic factors? Yes.
Plants.
Yes. Biotic factors. Yes. What are they?
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Producers.
Plants. Okay, good. What else again?
Consumers.
Consume. Okay, good. What else again?
Decomposers.
Decomposers.
Bacteria.
Scavengers.
Bacteria, good. Okay, so now this one I'll put here. Listen, I'll put the decomposers here, like this one.
Sure.
I'll put it as an example here rather than because okay. All right, decomposers. Okay, I'll put it as an example there. And what else again?
Scavengers.
Yes, scavengers, good. Scavengers. Example of a scavenger. Can you give me an example? Vulture. Okay. Now, the nice question I normally ask is that the difference between decomposers and scavengers. What's the difference? I asked this question.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So the difference that I can give is that for the scavengers, they feed on dead organisms.
Yes.
They feed in order for them to survive. Then the decomposers break down dead organisms in order to release the nutrient back into the soil.
But they also feed on dead organisms.
But in return, they release the nutrients that is embedded in the dead organism back into the soil for recycling to occur.
Okay, that's a good point.
Okay,
There's any more point? Yes.
Please, in addition to what he's saying, to clarify the decomposers, I think decomposers are not for dead. How would I say? Dead organisms. They should be like organic matter generally, but scavengers are for that like dead animals, because I don't think scavengers will practically feed on maybe the dead plant or something. But for decomposers, will help even plants, leaves and wood, other stuff to decay. So I think it should be general, like decomposers are for organic matter, like a general statement like that. And then we can see that scavengers are for dead animals. They are feeding on dead animals like carcass.
Okay, beautiful. Okay, nice one. That's a good point. Actually, that's an excellent point you've added. Beautiful. Okay, so what about if I ask that? What about the distance of consumption? You can see that decomposers they consume their food at one place. Have you seen it? The decomposers, they break down the food, okay, at one place. But the scavengers, they take it away. Have you seen another? Let me come again. The vulture will come to the carcass. The vulture will come to the carcass. The vulture will come to the carcass and then just pick some intestine or something like that and fly off. But the bacteria and the fungi that are consuming the dead organism, they break down at one place. So scavengers usually take the corpse or some parts of the corpse away and go and consume. So that when they spread it, but the decomposers, they consume it at a point, at a place. Okay, and then as our brother said, the decomposer, they consume both plants and animals, but the scavengers, they consume only the carcass, the dead animals. Okay, all right, that's nice. Well done. Okay, so Kwame, and my questions, distinguish between decomposer and scavenger. You should be able to write it. Okay.
Doc.
Yeah.
Doc.
Yes, please.
In my area, I live to see these vultures and other stuff at restaurants. Now, when you go through food waste, vultures they eat. They eat. They are from plants, not merely only on animals.
Okay. Well, they yes, but that one is a processed food. In nature, wouldn't see fufu. Do you understand? That's processed food from humans. But let's say vulture is in existence in natural world. In natural world, vulture wouldn't get fufu anywhere to eat. You get what I'm saying?
Oh, okay, but I'm talking about food waste.
Yeah, what you are saying here, that one is our human activities. But let's take it as a vulture in the forest, in the bush.
Okay,
You get
okay,
it?
okay.
It's only fly where they capture. Lion has captured some zebra or some antelope. As the lion is done taking the chunk, then it will come fly down, come and take some of the decomposing carcass, and then will fly off and go and consume. Okay, so we are looking at things.
Doctor, can we also say maybe it is an adaptative way of surviving in the environment? Maybe it's not getting carcass there.
No, it's our environment that is changing. You get it? It's our environment.
He saw vultures feeding on fufu.
Yes.
So in the absence of what it will take, like the carcass not available, it can adapt to.
Yeah, I think I agree. I agree to that. Okay, that they are actually so that's why I made mention of we are altering the environment for them. Because if the environment were to be pristine, so they are adapting to the changing environment. You get it? You're right. You're right. What you said is correct. Okay, they are adapting to the changing environment. So if they don't do that, they will perish. Okay, so that's correct. Well done. Thank you. Okay. What else again? What else again? Yes, please.
Can we change the plant to producers?
Okay, so we can. Okay, so if I come here, okay, so I can put producers here, and then plant will be example. Okay. All right. Good. What else again? What about pollinators? Pollinators. What else again?
Can we also talk about tertiary consumers or top predators?
Okay, so we can talk of predators.
Yes,
We
sir.
can talk of predators. Okay. Yes, and what else again? We can talk of competition. Competition. Yeah, what else again?
Doc, is competition living the biotic factors are the living components. So competition.
So I can say that competition among organisms. Okay, let's see. So we are talking about we are limiting ourselves to the living component, the living organisms themselves, right? Okay. But what about the biotic? Yes, please. Can't you say competition among organisms?
Unless it is complete like that, competition alone.
Okay. Good. Yeah, exercise is big. Okay, so competition among you're right. Among organisms, you're right. I'll accept that. That's it. Okay, good. Yeah.
I was thinking we can put all in one and say biological interactions or.
What about prey? Okay, so that one prey shouldn't let stand alone. So maybe that should be predator prey. Okay, they shouldn't stand alone because today you are prey to somebody, another moment you are predator to someone as well.
Doc, does it not still fall under consumers? Because under consumers, you have this.
Consumers is broad, though. You see, consumers is broad. Now we can talk of primary, secondary.
Yes.
Tertiary.
I'm saying that it is within that catchment area where we have the predation, the prey predation, or the predator.
So that you lump them under consumers.
Something like that.
Yes, I think you're right. I think that's not wrong. Okay, we can. Yes, you're right. I think. Yeah. So I can say maybe top predator here, right? Top predator. Predator here. Okay, good. Okay, top predators. All right, good. All right, pollinator. Can we add parasite? Can we add parasite as well? Parasite, okay. All right, good.
Hello, sir.
Yes, please.
If that is the
Can we
case,
also
if that is the case, you take away the predators slash prey, because since
Okay,
they are
yes.
under the top, since they
Yes.
are under the top
Yes.
predators.
Yes, please.
Thank
Okay,
you, Doc.
good. Decomposer, I can add a fungi here. I can even add epiphyte. 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 I can add saprophyte.
What about algae?
I can add that one as well. Algae. Algae will be a producer.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Good. Well done. Okay. So now that we
hello,
know.
sir.
Hello, please.
Hello,
Please,
sir.
go ahead.
Please help us. Remind us on the sacrifice.
Oh, the
The
sacrifice.
sacrifice and then the sacrifice.
Yeah, so the epiphyte. Epiphyte, you see, have you seen fen plant? Fen plants in palm tree. Those fen plants on palm trees. Okay. I think let me get a picture for you. Yeah, that's those ones. Pictures will help rather than okay, so epiphyte. Okay, so let's see. All right, so let me get a picture for you. Okay, so let's see. I'm going to get a picture for you. Oh, it's not a picture. What I had is not a picture. Yeah, let me crop it. Oh, please just a minute. Let's see. Snip. Let me crop this one for you. Okay. All right, here. Okay. Great. Copy and then let me paste it here for you. All right. So this one is so this is a saprophyte. So you can see that in the saprophyte, the plant is not saprophyte is different from parasite. You see, the plant is green, so it only needs this plant, the big plant, for support. So this one is epiphyte. Sorry, epiphyte here. Okay, so for epiphyte, they don't tap nutrients. Okay, they don't tap nutrients from. So here, they don't do not tap nutrients from the host plant. Okay, do not tap nutrient from the host plant. All right, do not tap nutrient from the host plant. That's the epiphyte. Okay, all right, but parasite will take nutrients. And then when it comes to saprophyte example, so here is like fen. Saprophyte is like fungi. Okay, fungi, but some fungi are also parasites. So fungi. So this one feed on what? Feed on dead, stale food. Okay, so this one like the fungi, the bread mold. Okay, okay, so bread mold, bread mold. Okay, all right, good. Okay, nice. All right, so enough of the biotic factors. Now,
hello,
what?
sir.
Yes, please.
Please, how about the animals that feed on grass only?
Okay, so that will be their consumers. So then we can add all of them to here. We can add all of them to here. Herbivore. They are consumers as well. We can add herbivore here. Herbivore here. We can add carnivore. The carnivores here. We can add the omnivore. Okay, we can add all of them under the consumers. Okay. All right. Beautiful. Yes, please.
Sir, I think the herbivore is an example of a primary consumer.
Yep. We can't mention all of them. So these are terms associated with biotic factor. When you see herbivore alone, it's a biotic factor. Have you seen it? Okay. Yes, you are right. But what you are saying here is when you see herbivore alone, okay, it's actually it's still a primary consumer. Okay, good. Okay, so we have the word. So now we are going to take the habitats one by one, and then we'll talk about them. Okay, good. So we have something. So the habitat, as we started earlier on, I made mention of some habitats. So we have the word. We have the terrestrial habitat, which is the land, entirely land, and then we have the word. We have the aquatic habitat. Okay, etc. So here, what we're gonna do is that we are going to take the habitat one by one, and then we'll talk about them. Okay. All right. So now there is this confusion here. The confusion here is this. There is something called wetland. Now, wetland. Where should we put wetland? Should we put wetland under what? Under aquatic habitat, or we should put wetland under terrestrial habitat? Yes. Yes. Where should we put it? Yes.
So on the terrestrial.
On the terrestrial. Okay. All right. Okay. What else again?
It should be on a terrestrial.
Okay, it should be on the terrestrial. Okay. All right. Okay. Then, but we classify wetland as part of aquatic habitat and not terrestrial.
So it's aquatic because some of the organisms in the wet soil. Yes, example is the worm and other organisms. They live in a wetland, so I consider it as aquatic.
Okay, good.
Hello,
Okay.
sir.
No, sir.
Yes,
but,
please.
Sir.
Please,
But
I also
how,
consider it as.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
I
sir,
also
how
consider
are
it.
wetlands?
Go
How
on.
are wetlands formed?
How are wetland formed?
Yes.
Yeah, so sometimes this waterlogged areas. Some of this waterlogged
Yeah. So,
areas.
sir, but they dry up. They dry up soon, as compared to the permanent water bodies with large volume of water. This ones, it could be a downpour of rain that might have settled over the surface of the water. So instead of seeping down the soil, probably could settle on the surface of water, but then sooner or later may dry up. That is why I decided to consider wetlands as terrestrial and not aquatic.
Okay.
Because
That's
the
a
aquatic,
nice.
it can stand for the test of time, but with the wetlands, no.
Okay, good. That's nice point. Yes,
Hello, sir.
another person. Yes, please.
I also consider it as a transitional habitat because, for the first point our brother James raised, in no time the land, the water in the land will, will dry off, making it a terrestrial habitat. And when we have enough rain, that place will tend to become an aquatic habitat.
Okay. All right. That's a very nice point. You see, I like that. Okay, so wetland, as you said, I like the word you use that is a transition. Okay, but because most of the time, okay, so what distinguishes, you can see here that wetland, most of the time, the soil, even when it dries, most of the time, the soil is saturated with water. Okay, so because the soil is saturated with water, that is the reason we regard wetland as what? As aquatic, as part of being aquatic habitat, because of the water saturation. Okay, because of the water saturation. So water saturation is one of the key indicators. All right. So the water saturates it most of the time. Okay. That is the main reason. Okay. Great. So good. Well done. Okay. So now that what are some of the characteristics of wetland? What are some of the aspects of wetland? Yes. What are some of the characteristics of wetland? Characteristics. Let's see. So aspects of what? Aspects of wetland. Okay, wetland. Yes. Yes. What are the characteristics of wetland? Yes. Are you there?
Hello, dog.
Yes, please.
Land saturation.
Okay, so water. So that's a land saturated by water. Okay, it could be periodic or it could be where. It could be periodic or it could be something lasting. All right. Okay, so which means that that one is where water saturation. Water saturation. Okay, saturation. That's one. Okay. Either way, either tempera, either tempera. Okay. Tempera or permanent. Okay. Yeah. What else again?
Dog, we can also have special plants.
Okay.
That special plants are grown in this type of land. Example is the water lily.
What's the name for those plants?
Water lily is one of them. Mangrove is also one of them. Then cattails is also one of them.
There's a collective. Hydrophyte. Remember, we talked about hydrophyte. So presence of what? So presence of hydrophyte. Hydrophyte. Okay, and you give example. You give example as well. Water lily. Water lily. Lily. And then you also mention of elodia. Okay, good, good. What else again? So these are
mangrove.
Okay, mangrove. Okay, mangrove. Won't it be a collective stuff? Like, I mean, big term for. Okay, that's the plant itself, right? Okay, mangrove.
Yes, dog.
Mangrove is not just found in.
Mangrove, they are not in water.
Yeah, I think they are normally in water or brackish. They are normally in water, like they are normally in the water, like brackish water. Okay, like where you see mangrove, then like they're actually in water. It's not like you see in the case of wetland, the water tend to dry out and then dry out, and then the soil will become saturated. Okay, so soil with water saturation. Okay, so I won't take mangrove now. There's another.
What about?
Yeah, one more.
Sir, what about sedges?
The what?
Sedges.
What is sedges?
SEDGES. Those plants that are.
Oh, I thought. Okay. You are okay. SE.
DGES. DGES, yes. They are plants which are usually
sedges. Yeah. Water plants, sedges, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. What about waterlogged? Okay. Apart from saturation, waterlogged. Okay. So another point is that of waterlogged. Okay. They are most of the time they are waterlogged. Logged, and then with what? Waterlogged area with poor oxygen content. With poor oxygen content. Okay, good. Now, what are some of the? So we based on this one. Please mute your mic. Mute your mic. Mute your mic. Okay. All right. So we can have various types. Okay. We have various type of words. So we have various types of types of. Okay. So let me duplicate this slide for you. Okay. Cool. So we can get word various type of word. So what various Westland types. So types of Westland. Westland. Okay. Are you there? Types of wetland. We can talk of the marshy area. We can talk of the marshes. Okay. Now, this type of wetland, honestly, there are several criteria we can use. We can categorize. We can actually categorize what wetland based on what? Based on vegetation, salinity, and then maybe sometimes water flow and water flow. Okay, so we can categorize. Okay, we can categorize wetland based on the vegetation there, the salinity and water flow, and based on that, we can get something like marsh. Okay, marshes. We can get a swamp. Okay, all right. Okay, then we can talk of we can talk of mangrove. We can get mangrove. Okay, so mangrove. Some of the mangroves could be there, especially the coastal one, the coastal wetland. Okay, coastal wetland, we can get it there. Okay, estuaries too. So we can get some sort of mangrove. Okay, when you go to mangroves, and then we can even also get something we call fence. But this one is that R. Okay, that one the water is a little bit less acidic. Okay, all right, good. So these are some of the forms of what? Some of the forms of wetland. Okay.
Hello, Doc.
Yes, please.
What about BOGS?
Yes, that one today. That one they lack acidic place, right? Very highly acidic. Yeah, I think you're right. The bulk. Okay, this one most of the times the soil is poor in nutrients, and then there's it's very acidic and very acidic. This one is very acidic. This one here is less acidic. Okay, less acidic. Okay, all right. This one is less acidic. Good. Okay, so this is very acidic. Okay, all right, good. So yep. Okay, so this one, your free time, you can read about them. Now, but let me ask you, what are the characteristics of plants, those hydrophytes? What are some of the adaptations of hydrophytes? How are they, like the hydrophytes, those plants there? How are they adapted to the wetland? Okay, if I may ask. Okay, so how are, let me duplicate this one for you. So my question is this: how are hydrophytes adapted to wetland? How are they adapted? Any points there? Yes, one.
Doc, some of the plants have buoyant leaves that enables them lie on the surface of the water.
Excellent. So some of them, they have what? They have something like air spaces. Okay, all right. So they have some air spaces. Okay, so air space. So buoyant. I think I will use your word. Okay, buoyant leaves. Okay, leaves. Okay, buoyant leaves. Okay, buoyant leaves to enable them To float. What else again? Yes.
So they have waxy cuticles.
Okay, and what is the why is the waxy cuticle being good? Why the what?
It's a direct absorption of water and minerals.
Waxy cuticle rather?
Yes, sir.
How? Actually, waxy cuticle means that it will prevent water from entering the inner tissues, okay?
Okay.
So waxy cuticle means, of course, when waxy cuticle means that water can enter. So
Yeah,
waxy
it's
cuticle
water loss.
to prevent what? To prevent influx of what? Influx of water into the plant tissues. That's nice point. Okay, what else again? What else again? Yes. What about, have you seen mangrove? Look at mangrove. Look at mangrove. Mangrove. Remember when we were talking about plant morphology, we talked about mangrove. You see, mangrove, they have this special root. What's the name of the root? Breathing root. They have breathing root, right? Good. Breathing root. Called what? Called nematophore. Nematophore. Okay. Nematophore. Okay, good. So they have the nematophore for what? For breathing. Okay. All right. What else again? What else again?
The stomata on the upper surface of the leaf. They have stomata that is on the upper surface of the leaf.
Okay, good. Not all of them do, but most of them. Okay, so most of them have what? Have stomata. Good. Stomata on the upper surface. Upper surface. This one is plant physiology vibe you are giving me. Upper surface of the leaves.
Yes, it's true. No, the nematophore even came on the exams.
Yeah, I know. I know. And you people are killing it. You are killing it for me. You are killing it. All right. What else again? Yes, again. Yes. One more point. Yes. What about the roots? What about sometimes they have what? They have this sort of adventitious roots. Okay. So they have what? They have and you know what adventitious roots are. So I don't want to go into
attached to.
Right now, every time we will say you know it. Okay. So they have adventitious root that tend to develop from the stem into the cell, either for support or for extraction of oxygen. Adventitious roots. Okay, roots that develop from the word, from the stem to the roots, to the soil, from the stem, into the soil for support and extraction of what? Extraction of oxygen. Okay, good. What else again? Okay, so this one is
their seeds can also flow.
The what?
Their seeds can also flow.
Okay, I think I'll put all of them in under buoyancy.
Okay. What about less xylem?
Less what?
Xylem.
What is xylem? Can you spell it?
XYLEM.
Xylem. Hey, is that what you're going to do to our children? Huh? We'll see.
Yeah.
One man down. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what about the ones that are the coastal wetland? You see, for the coastal wetland, some of them they can tolerate salt. Okay. The coastal wetland, some of the plants are the coastal wetland. Some of them can tolerate salt. Okay, some of them even have salt gland. Okay, for releasing salt. Okay, so for the coastal hydrophyte, Okay, hydrophyte. Okay, some can what some can tolerate what high salt concentration. Okay, because they have what they have salt glands. Some of them have salt glands for excreting salt. Okay. All right. So when they ask you to write about adaptation of where of plants of hydrophyte, okay. So hydrophyte adaptation. Adaptation in wetland. Okay, I don't think you should struggle with this at all. Okay, great. Any headache so far?
Doc.
Yes, please.
Yeah, please. I want to distinguish, and I'm getting lost here. So, looking at the habitats that you are talking about in terms of terrestrial and then aquatic, this wetland falls under the aquatic habitat.
It falls under aquatic, and the reason it falls under aquatic is the water saturation in the soil, and then the presence of the hydrophyte. Okay, so water lily, we know water lily. We find water lily in what in aquatic environment. Okay, just that most of the time when the water dries, then we lose it. Okay, so even though I like the word our brother gave earlier on by saying it is a transition. Okay, I think I like that term. Okay, so more or less it's more or less some transition zone between land and water. Okay, like it is not fully terrestrial, it's not fully aquatic, but the fact that the soil is saturated with water and the place is usually waterlogged, and then the plants there are hydrophyte in most cases. Then based on that, we put wetland and aquatic habitat instead of terrestrial. Please, you understand what I'm saying?
Okay.
Based on the three reasons we gave, that the soil is saturated with water, the place is usually waterlogged, okay, and then the presence of the hydrophyte. You get it? Is that clear?
Okay, thank you, Doc.
All right, good. Okay, so now let's see the significance of wetland, and then we can call it a day. What are the significance of wetland? Yes, so that you will know why the flood is taking over Accra. Okay. Okay, significance of wetland. What are some of the significance of wetland? Yes. So what are the importance of wetland? Yes. Okay. Significance of wetland.
Yes.
Hello,
Doc.
Yes, please.
I suggest that in a wetland, the water does not flow. It's always stagnant.
Oh, sometimes it can allow some to flow. Like it's like wetland looks like lagoon, but sometimes when the rainwater is too much, it can overflow its banks. Okay. But want to see its importance. What are the importance of what? Significance of wetland. You see, when you go to Sakumano area,
they support aquatic organisms.
They were.
It's a suitable area for some organisms such as crabs, crustaceans to live.
Okay, good. All right. So, what are good? So, what are the importance? Yes. One is what it says as well. One.
They are organisms. Those organisms, they live on the land and at the same time live on the water bodies. So those organisms like amphibians, they always stay there when the temperature is too high or cool.
Yes, but I want to know importance of wetland. Why is wetland important? I want to know. Why is wetland important?
So they can accumulate large volumes of water.
They can accommodate large volumes of water for what?
Hello, Doc.
Yes, please.
Please, it's important because it helps in water purification.
Okay, one is what? So, good. So, water purification. my brother, the point you just said earlier on that it's a nice point, but I want you to throw more light on it. That's why I asked it back. So please think about the point that, so water purification. So here we can talk about what? Some sort of geological what? Biogeological cycle. Okay, that's the point we normally say. So that's they actually perform what? Some sort of biogeological cycle. Okay, so that biogeological cycle, that is where water what? It can help in what? Some sort of water filtering. Okay, is that not it? Okay, so water filtering, filters, they act as water filters. Okay, filters. What else again? Nutrients.
Hello, sir.
After they can trap nutrients.
Hello, sir.
Let me frame this point then. Trap sediment. Okay, trap sediment. Nutrients. Nutrients what? Nutrients cycling. Okay, cycling. Okay, and we can even sometimes they can even break down pollutants. And breakdown of what? Breakdown of pollutants. Breakdown of pollutants. Okay, good. So this is one of the reason is this one. Okay, good. The second point, please.
So I think they help in the circulation of water. That's the water cycle.
Okay, so yes, so that's I think it will fall under this one. What I've said here. Biogeological cycle. Okay, so biogeological cycle, you can see that I've written that water filters, trap sediment, cycle, breakdown of pollutants. Okay, good. So it will fall here. Okay, what's the second point?
Hello, Doc.
Yes, please.
Please, can you talk about flood control in a sense
yes,
that
the first point that one of our brothers said, I was expecting this one, flood control. Good. Excellent. Good. Go ahead. Throw more light on. Well done.
It will act like a natural water storage. So when when it rains, then it will accommodate the enough water that rains. Then it will direct them to wherever the water want to go.
Beautiful. So have you seen why the flood is worrying us? Now, you see, if you go to almost all the sea areas, the coastal areas are the plenty settlements in those coastal areas. Some of these wetlands are close to our coastal, but if you go to Sakumono, people build walls. You see, now if you build walls, now you've reduced the extent of spread of water. So at the end of the day, it means that we can't, like literally, it will become difficult for the water to spread so that we'll do what? As our brother said, it stores the excess water and gradually ease them out into the sea. Okay, now there's a situation that people have built walls. Sakumono, if you go to Sakumono, the moment they get the land there quickly, then they've built wall around it. Now, if you build a wall around that area, how can the water through flow? You see, so it reduces the spread. So the place which should be wetland that will store excess water, we've actually captured it, and now that is the reason. The main reason the flood is swallowing us is because that all our wetlands are destroyed. Okay, that's the main reason. Okay, so well done. So flood and erosion were. So good points there. Flood and erosion protection. Okay, all right, erosion protection. Okay, great. Protection. All right, good. That's a nice point. So they act as well. So they say they act as a natural sponge. Okay, they act as what? As a natural. Okay, they act as a natural natural sponges to absorb excess what? The excess what? Runoff water. Water. All right. Okay. All right. To slow down the pace. Okay. During rainfall, to slow down water velocity and prevent flood. Okay. To slow down water pace. Water pace. Okay. To prevent what? Flood and what? Erosion. All right. Good. Nice point. What else again? What else again? What else again? So flood control. Good. Yeah. What else again? Yes.
So can we
Support
say
agriculture.
yes, I want to.
It supports what?
Agriculture.
Time again.
They support agriculture by
Supports what?
supplying water. Yes, by supplying water and maintaining the soil moisture, which are
Okay, that's
in the nearby areas. Yeah.
won't it be part of the biogeological cycle? Like filtering water, trapping segment, nutrient recycling, breaking down. I'm thinking that okay, maybe yeah, I'll think it to 4 years. Okay, the geological cycle is a big term.
Hello, Doc.
Yes, please.
What about biodiversity hotspot? In a
Yeah.
sense that
Excellent points. Excellent point. Excellent points there. Okay, so they can serve as habitat. Okay, so biodiversity. So they serve as what? They serve as so habitat and what? And biodiversity hotspots, right? Because it's a very dynamic ecosystem. Biodiversity city hotspots. Okay, well, biodiversity hotspot is a big term, so I'll keep it. Biodiversity okay, maybe thriving, all right, because it serves as what? Wetland, it serves as a breeding ground. Okay, now can just what? Hop, or maybe let me use hop. Okay, hop. Okay, so now, so wetland, they serve as what? They serve as a breeding ground because they have a lot of nutrients. Breeding grounds. Okay, grounds. Breeding grounds for what? For organisms. Okay, a lot of animals. Breeding ground for animals. Okay, those both what? Birds, invertebrates. Okay, so amphibians, insects. Okay. All right, so crabs. Okay, so all these organisms, okay, they come, okay, and then even some fishes, right? Some fishes can go and breathe there, all right? And then birds, especially, remember migratory birds, okay, migratory birds, okay, okay, those one, let me put the birds, especially migratory birds. Some birds migrate, migratory birds. Okay, they will migrate during the summer and then they will come here and come and breed and go back. Okay, all right, what else again? Breeding ground, sometimes can even be feeding ground. Okay, sometimes also acts as feeding ground. They feeding grounds. Okay, as well. Okay, all right. What else again? Yes. Okay, this one there is a technical term because something carbon sequestration. Okay, carbon. Okay, sequestration. When you talk about carbon sequestration, is basically trapping of what? Of carbon dioxide. You see, already, we are talking about carbon dioxide causing global warming. And so when you come to the carbon sequestration, is basically that is a ability for those organisms or the habitat to capture carbon dioxide. Okay, capture and what? And store carbon dioxide. So this one, that's its word. That's a storage of what? Storage of carbon dioxide. Okay, so the plants, they're using for photosynthesis. Okay, yeah. So in fact, if you compare the carbon sequestration of what? Of the of the wetland is higher than even the terrestrial habitat. Okay, so they have the ability to capture, but there are a lot of plants and animals there, so they have the ability to capture carbon dioxide for photosynthesis. Okay, so we have those, so they absorb and what store carbon. Okay, good. So that's a carbon sequestration. All right, great. All right, so that is that. Maybe last thing that I will say, which is not, I think we've exhausted the point here. There is this thing, I don't know whether you've heard of Ramsar site. Ramsar site. So Ramsar site is actually, when you come to Ramsar site is actually a place of where it's a wetland of global importance. Okay, so let me take Ramsar site here, and then we are done. So we have something called Ramsar site. Okay, Ramsar is actually a name in Iran. A city, there is a city in Iran called Ramsar site. And then so these are wetland of global importance. Okay, so all right, so this one, so Ramsar site is a wetland of global importance, and then they've designated for especially migratory birds. Okay, all right, so here they are under UNCN. Okay, so that's UN protected areas, IUCN. Okay, so IUCN protected areas. Okay, protected areas. Okay, all right, good. Okay, good. So they are under IUCN protected areas. So in Ghana, we have, I think, about 7 of them. Okay, all right. So what are some of them, please? Yeah, the Ramsar site. What are they? The Ramsar site we have in Ghana. Yes. What are the Ramsar site we have in Ghana? Yes, please. That's the last. Yes, example.
Sakumono.
Sakumono, good. So now you can see why people shouldn't be joking with the Ramsar site. Okay, all right, good. So Sakumono, which one again? Yes.
I think Wager also. Wager.
Okay, is Wager part? I don't think Wager is part.
Keta Lagoon.
Which one?
Keta.
Yeah, Keta is part. So Sakumono is part. Sakumono. Okay, Sakumo. Okay, no, right? Good. And then which one? Keta is already there. Keta. Okay. Yes. What else again? Yes.
Colegono.
Is Colegono part? I doubt. No, I doubt. Densu, I know Densu Delta. Densu Delta is part. Okay.
So the Densu Delta.
Yes. Densu Delta
the
is
Densu
part.
Delta. Densu Delta.
Yes, please. And then Muni Pomazi. I think that one is in Winneba, right? Okay. Oh, Pomazi. It's in Winneba, right? Good.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then we have the Songo.
Songo. Okay,
Yeah.
Songo. Okay, Songo.
Yeah.
Yes.
Atada.
Which one again?
Abu Wildlife Sanctuary.
Where? Oyabi. Yes. Oyabi.
You heard.
Oyabi. Oh, but Oyabi is no coastal. It's inland. That's the only inland one. Inland. Okay, it's inland wetland. Inland wetland. Okay. Almost all the other ones are close to the coast. Okay, this one. So this one, they are what? They are wetlands of what? Of global or international importance. Okay, international importance, because some of the migratory birds, they come there and then nurture their babies, their young ones, and then after that they fly back. Okay, all right, great. So I think we've done very well. We'll end here for today, and please, God willing, When we meet again, we'll be talking about the various habitats. Okay, so we'll talk about the terrestrial habitat. We'll start talking about the terrestrial habitat. Okay, so we'll talk about terrestrial habitat. Okay, and then after that, we'll talk about the major types. Okay, of the terrestrial habitat. Okay, good. So I'm going to share the slides with you. Okay, so next week we are finishing everything on terrestrial habitat, and then I think we'll go to aquatic habitat as well. Okay, good. So in your free time, try and then read about it. Okay, thank you. All right, I think I will share the today's slide, yesterday's slide, and today's slide as well. Okay, all right, great. So please, Nima, to remind me that I'm supposed to give you trial questions. Okay, I'm supposed to give you trial questions. Okay, remind me of it. Okay, all right. Thank you very much for having me. So I will save these ones. Okay, I will do you know what? Let me save that. Okay, let me take this one off, and then I will save this one for you. So save as okay, lecture notes. Okay. All right, so switch one. Okay, so please, I'll make it available to you. Okay, okay, great. Okay, all right, good. So I'm going to send them to you right now, both slides. And please, the Council of Elders, please kindly remind me of that I'm supposed to send you trial questions. Okay, that will guide your learning. All right, thank you very much for having me. Have a good day, and please do have fun. And God bless you. Okay.
Bless you too. We are grateful for your time as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. My wonderful ladies. Thank you. So I'm going to share the slide here now.
All right, Doc. I wanted to ask of the slides. Okay.
Yes, I'm coming to share it right now. I'll send it to you right now.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Please, is there any lecture again?
Hello.
Hello.
Online solely. I think
Oh,
it will be 2 to 4.
2 to 4
Online solely.
today.
Yeah, today.
Okay, thank you very much. And what causes that?
Mammalian, I guess. Mammalian, yeah.
Mammalian. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.